It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
When the season began, everyone was at the start line. Expectations were unknown. Now, however, at the tail end of the NACE Star League 2022 fall season, we find ourselves in the Open Premier Grand Finals. Only two teams left standing, a chance to walk away with the total victory here in the season. Welcome, everyone. I am LaFawn. Alongside me, Juggle God, for what is going to be the final game here in the 2022 Open Premier. Our last two squads remain, and we yet await a victor.
And I anticipate this being a knockdown, drag 'em out affair. I'm hoping we see this go the full distance today, LaFawn. We've got two fantastic teams. I mean, they made it to the grand finals, right? What else do you have to say about their performance? They performed consistently well enough in the in the regular season to make it here today.
They had to fight through a regular season into the conference play-ins. From there on out, of course, we got to witness teams battle out for the conference championships and beyond. But we are now, as we said, at the end of the playoffs as we look to await our victor. And the grand finals, as we highlighted, are underway. ISU and Fisher College, our last remaining teams. As you can see, the dates coming in. It is a lovely 29th of November 2022 here for everyone keeping track at home. And as we highlighted, these two teams have made their run to the grand finals in spectacular fashion, right? ISU undefeated, Fisher College dropping but a single series. So as we look on the schedule for today, as we said, we lead off with Overwatch 2 coming in. Then League of Legends, two undefeated teams, two titans of the league scene in collegiate in UCI and Maryville University. So keep an eye out for that as that brings our day to a close. But as we said, for the first portion of the broadcast, we do have Overwatch 2, ISU, and Fisher College.
Fisher College, a great run from them as well, right? Like you said, only dropping one game into the regular season to make it here. So lots to expect from both of these squads today. But what they can expect is at least a share of this second place prize money, right? $1,250 going to the second place finisher, $2,500 whoever comes away with first place today, and of course third place at $625. So a lot on the line here for both of these teams. They're going to be putting every single thing they have left in the tank into these games.
Indeed. It's all or nothing here, right? That's it. This is the last game as we get a look at our schedule, as we said, coming in for the grand finals. But we also have to kind of highlight how they got here, right? ISU, Fisher College, both a 3-0 shutout of their opponents. Expected, I think is fair to say. Again, the Redbird Esports program is one that has been a long-standing collegiate situation. Very, very strong team, very, very strong coaching, and names you will recognize once we load into server. For Fisher College as well, a team that's been around for a while. Teams that have had, Ned coming in from that team has been in collegiate for a very long time as well. So veterancy, very much the name of the game here in these grand finals. Taking a look at the starting roster for ISU, lethal on that starting roster. Moving Fish 7 as well, a big pickup for ISU. So keep an eye out on those two. And for Fisher, what haven't we said about this team when we've seen them on stage?
Right.
They've just been fantastic at every opportunity.
They absolutely have. Depresso, McCann, Faded, Abs Color. These players have just put up fantastic showings throughout this entire season, throughout the playoffs, clearly, to make it here today. So, which of these squads is going to have what it takes to take this grand finals trophy, to finish out this fall season on top? It's gonna be a lot from both of these squads, right? We're gonna have to see just stellar play, I think, here from start to finish.
Indeed. Now, as we will get into the game itself, we'll start off, the loser picks the map from here on out after the first map. So you can see the predictions going in pretty, we're both on the same page here, ISU. And I think this is fair, right? ISU is a team that has consistently showcased an elevation of their skill level across multiple seasons, right? This is a team that has improved. And even when their players have moved on to bigger and, brighter stages, in the case of moving up even to the Overwatch League, they've been able to rebuild time and again. So I think this is a program that I have a lot of respect for, and as a result, I have expectations of them taking this victory.
They're at this point, I think, as much of a dynasty as you likely see in collegiate esports, right? They've just got fantastic program, consistently putting out top-notch players, top-notch teams. Fisher College from Boston, though, they are no slouches either by any stretch of the imagination. So this is going to be a tough road. I think the toughest challenge, certainly, that the ISU Redbirds have come up against. But like you said, we're both in agreement. The Redbirds with a little bit of an edge today.
This is, again, coming into this. Now, for Fisher College, right, I think the moniker of underdog is perhaps a little too liberally applied if you look at it just from the optics of the performance they provided, in the regular season into the playoffs. So I still have very high hopes of what they're able to bring forth today in this matchup, though, again, as I said, I expect ISU to really be a tremendous force. Now, as we get into the series in a moment, right into the server itself, we're going to have a case of the format here, right? Best of 5. So you have to win 3 maps to win the series, to win the grand finals. And of course, as I highlighted earlier, the losing team ends up picking the next map in our series.
That they do. So every hero that we've seen so far are going to be in competitive play right now. For a while that meant we weren't seeing May, right? But May did make an appearance. We haven't seen her. Haven't seen too many teams use her just yet, but that could all change today. In the meantime, though, we are going to throw it to a short break, but don't go everywhere. We will be back very shortly with all the action.
Welcome back. A little bit of an extended break there, but we'll be underway very, very shortly. A little bit of technical difficulties that have hopefully since been addressed, so we'll be able to load into the series. We actually do have an introduction to what the first map is going to be. Blessed be the grand finals, because we do not go to Lijiang Tower. Instead, we open up on Oasis.
Fitting name, right? At this point, it feels like an Oasis. Getting to see this one.
Indeed, indeed. You know, before the break, of course, we highlighted the fact that you know, all heroes were available, and as such, we expect to see, now that we have had some extended time on this patch, we do know what teams are going to be enjoying to run, right? We do know that it's going to be likely a combination of pick compositions based around a Roadhog and rush-based compositions based around the Winston with some Orisa in play as maybe a soft counter to sort of that pick composition comes into play. So understanding what we're expected to see here in the grand finals means that, I mean, we can get some fairly high octane fights, a lot of positioning dependent, then based obviously into kind of snowballing to your potential once that first pick comes in. And, you know, the rush composition plays a little bit more aggressively, but the idea is still the same. Take space, isolate an individual, take them out, then continue the fight where you have the complete advantage.
Exactly, and the way that's going to look is going to be, of course, very dependent on the sub-map that we head to as well, right? If it's going to be the high-flying regions here of City Center, right, which are going to be a little bit more suited towards this Winston Brawl composition, as well as here as we move to Gardens. But we find ourselves on University, that's where I anticipate we're going to see the Roadhog really make their presence known, and again, possibly that Orisa as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these teams navigate those dynamics, right? How the pick and counter pick is going to play out here, because that is surely anticipating to be a big part of the game too.
Indeed, indeed. As we said, we need to load in. When we get into the server, we'll get to finalize how these will roll through. Still, tremendous stuff as we get started on Oasis. And of course, you know, I think the map, it plays very much in favor. You can really highlight the fact that Rush is probably sort of those brawl compositions can have a lot of favor on at least 2 of 3 sub maps.
Yeah.
And yet, even still, pick compositions can find a ton of value, right? University, of course, and Gardens both have elements where you can control a lot of the map and then kind of resolve from there. And as much of that comes through, obviously City Center is a bit of an outlier in that regard. A lot more high ground to control, but you can still make it work.
Yeah, and as well, like, as soon as one of these pick compositions, I think, gets control of one of these 2 points, right, again, anticipating that being Gardens and University, they're going to be very difficult to dislodge as well. I think that's going to be something that we're going to see here today, something both of these teams are going to experience and have to deal with too, right? How do they come back, recapture this point after you've got, you know, this Roadhog or Orisa with just this massive presence, massive HP pool, you know, really anchoring themselves onto these points.
It's been a long time since we've seen ISU and Fisher in server, of course. Not a ton of game tape on them in recent memory here at the NA Star League, but nonetheless, high expectations for these teams that have performed at all levels of Overwatch, both collegiate and in Tier 2. So very much large expectations from them. And as we said, just a reminder to everyone, ISU, the Redbird Esports roster, and taking up against them is Fisher College. So 2 very, very highly touted rosters, and again, expectations quite high.
Certainly, and with high expectations like that as well, you are anticipating as well kind of these micro plays coming into effect, right? Either very, very little mistakes that either the other team can capitalize on, right, or just these moments that are almost like a flash in the pan that can lead to that can blossom into a larger advantage for one of these teams, right? Be that a pick, be that somebody being out of position, maybe getting off a big utility, right? Getting a nice disruptor shot in, right? A lot of these things can be a moment by moment, and so it's going to be these micro plays. It's going to be these little moments that I'm especially going to be interested in seeing how they impact this game.
Indeed, indeed. Again, for all the marbles, as it were, here in the grand finals, winner takes that first place position. the lion's share of the prize pool, as well as the bragging rights, right? Saying that you're the first, the best team in the Open Premier is an accomplishment in and of itself. So a lot on the line here, as highlighted. We expect that to be kind of the resolution stepping forward. We will be getting in. Again, apologies. There are some technical difficulties with some of the teams, but we will load into the game as swiftly as we can.
And of course, this is interesting, too, from the standpoint that in about a week or so, this game could look drastically different, right? These teams, they've now been playing on this patch for a while, like we highlighted earlier, but pretty soon we're gonna have a new map, we're gonna have a new hero, Ramatra, coming into the mix, right? And so, you know, this is kind of gonna be it's nice that this all come to a head right here and right now. Lafon, you know, the waiting moments, the waiting weeks of, and even days of this season before we get this new tank introduced in. This is going to be peak gameplay from both of these squads. Given that as well, we're not going to think I see high level gameplay coming out from a lot of people on this patch. Then we are here today.
Indeed, just a week until Season 1 has ended. 7 days, I believe.
I think it is. Yeah, it is like exactly a week, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. What level did you end up getting in the battle pass? I mean, there's still time to get a little bit further, but where'd you kind of like settle around?
Oh, you know what? I'm a little over halfway through the prestige tiers, right? Where you're getting those player titles, right?
So probably like 155, something like that.
Something like that. I might even be as high as like 160, 170. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, that's about where I ended. Although my big accomplishment, I feel like, for this season is I'm a tank main, right? I'm just a no-brain tank main, right? DPS support, I'm garbage tier, right? But I got the Vanguard title, which is actually, that was something I was kind of gunning for in this first season. I wanted to see if I could end off, get that Vanguard title. That's 250 wins on tank, for those of you who haven't seen that one. So that's a little feather in my cap. Glad I got that one. How about you? How far did you make it through this battle pass? Any notable achievements?
I think I'm at like I want to say like 230.
Oh my gosh, Levi. Okay, I thought I put a lot of time into this game this season. That's impressive. I tip my hat to you, sir.
Yeah, I got Cyber Demon a little bit ago, and then
nice.
You technically still, it's uncapped level, so you can go beyond that. It doesn't do anything, but you can get the number. I think it's like trending towards 230, something like that. But yeah, in terms of accomplishments, not really. I was busy. I was traveling a lot. This season, so I didn't have time to play ranked. I didn't have time to really do much elsewise. The challenges actually made a lot of that XP.
Oh, see, I basically ignored the challenges all season. I had a one-track mind, and that was, for me at least, try to get back to Diamond and see if I can get 250 wins on tank. So, yeah. Got the 250 wins, did make it back to Diamond, but you know what? There's always Season 2.
Yeah, I didn't really play ranked on the roles that I'm actually good at. I just played DPS when I was queuing with friends, so
right.
Yeah, did all right there, but nothing too special. What else? What are any accomplishments though? Any accomplishments?
Do you feel like you improved on the DPS, maybe? Or go on.
Gosh,
I don't want to interrupt you.
No. My days of being good at video games are long over. That requires time and focused effort that I just don't give to competing any longer. I mean, I got accused of cheating twice, so there's that.
Oh, that's always good. Yeah.
I teased people for watching Overwatch TikTok misinformation. Someone once told me that they thought that Moira's orbs give you more healing.
Anyway, really?
That's neither here nor there. Fisher College, they're going to be rolling out on the pick composition. Illinois State University, the Rush, moving Fish 7 on the Winston, as expected. No surprises, but the grand final now begins. We are underway here in map number 1, here as we start off Oasis in this best of 5.
And it's going to be this brawl rush composition going up against the Poke, Faded on the Roadhog here. So Illinois State University, they're going to be hard-pressed to try and find a pick as quick as they can with this. Keller going to be, I think, a primary target as well for that Winston, not only because of the small health pool, but because of just the dangerous threat that they present. Disruptor shot now, keeping Faded at bay for a moment. We're going to see a shield dropped now, but they're going to be able to move right beside that. Faded dipping their toe onto point, but instead it will be the Redbirds coming away with first possession right as Fisher College has to use that protection, Suzu.
Some really nice placement or staging by Illinois State University. They actually don't win this fight outright. Still ongoing. It's going to be a trade for Kirikos, so we're at even right now, 4v4.
And now we've got the aggression coming back in from Moving Fish. They pushed Depresso out of the way, which is going to give them a little bit of an advantage here. But that advantage is going to be short-lived as Mikan does find the tank. So Fisher College will end up with that first fight win. But I mean, the percentage Illinois State already built is tremendous.
The fight may not actually be truly over as Faded is eliminated here. So ISU right back into the thick of things. And unfortunately, Fisher don't have their tank, so they have to force to give up ground.
Yeah, the point's going to flip right back over in their favor. So now 25% on the board for Illinois State, but Fisher College not very far behind, LaFon.
Now here's where the real explosive fight comes back in, with ISU having full control of the objective. It's going to be the dueling Kitsune rushes applied. ISU still a little bit further away from the sound barrier, so they're going to want to extend this as long as they can.
Oh, and that's going to be hard to do with Renko out of the mix. Your main source of healing is gone. Faded pops the whole hog right after that, pushes everybody off point, takes it for their own, and Illinois State just retreats.
Nonetheless, that was actually fairly expensive for Fisher College because ISU didn't use anything, so they'll walk back in with a full slate of resources to their title. Fisher, of course, using the Kitsune Rush uncontested because Renko was eliminated so swiftly, and on top of that, Faded uses the Death Blossom, or the whole hog. Now, keep an eye on this Death Blossom, rather, in the middle of the Kitsune Rush.
And the shield starting to go down. Beautiful timing there by Lethal, proving to be exactly that. They've got their sights set on the high ground, and that is a quick wipe of the slate there for Illinois State.
Critically, of course, is that Deco and Mikan mirrored each other with the sound barrier. So ISU, a very dominant fight as they basically mirror at what Fisher College used to contest the objective and contain the lead to their name. They don't actually give over percentage lead. Now, with the Sojourn coming in with the overclock, it's going to be lights out. Depresso already out.
Yeah, Vision with hitting that headshot beautifully. They're going to push back against Fisher College, picking up a couple picks along the way, and now we're staring down last fight territory here for Fisher.
Little bait teleport there from Lethal, but I don't think anyone actually fell for it. Here's the big thing. Depresso's going to have their work cut out for them. It's not going to be an easy fight to take with the overclock. Moving Fish 7, they're going to be setting up here with a Primal Rage, trying to aggressively, rather, put the Sojourn on notice here. And for the final fight, Depresso going to have to be a big difference maker.
And here they go. We've got the overclock out right now. The Primal Rage has been used. Moving Fish dropping back to point briefly, but only for a moment because they need to keep the pressure on Depresso. They done it beautifully. Overtime ticking over. Illinois State will take the first sub map.
Drawn up perfect to perfection there by ISU, setting up the win condition for Fisher College. Realistically, the only ultimate that they had available, and ISU knew it, was the overclock. So Moving Fish sets up aggressive bubble. Depresso has to deal with that first, and with the only opportunity given, the one shot onto Renko being missed by Depresso, Moving Fish was able to clear up the remainder of the fight with the Primal Rage as stated. So ISU, they'll take an early lead here in this Oasis map, and we now head to City Center, and frankly, Fade is going to have a much harder time, I think, getting the Roadhog into position. Make no mistake about it, the Roadhog hook, as much of a fight winner as it is very difficult to land on the high mobility targets of ISU, so Faded definitely has to be sort of the win condition for Fisher, and it's not an easy win condition to hit.
No, it certainly isn't. Fade, I don't think it capitalized on any of the hooks that they got last time with a pick. Sure, put some people out of position, put them on notice, but didn't get the job done. And yeah, this is going to be so much harder as well, like you said, for Fisher College. The just geometry that's working to their disadvantage. Pick already there, and Moving Fish trying to isolate one of the players from Fisher College who had left themselves on point, but they back up. Moving over towards this Mega on the coast. The point will flip in favor of Illinois State, but they're not over yet as they dive onto this Genji.
Protection Suzu out. Oh, that's a nice hook onto Deco, actually. Faded does not allow the Lucio to overstay their welcome. Now ISU, though, they do have full control. Are actually going to lose both their support, so scratch that. They don't have much space, if anything.
No, they do not. Now it's just going to be a stall game here for the rest of Illinois State University, but with Moving Fish gone, not going to last a whole lot of time. And Faded came in pretty big there with a couple of pivotal hooks.
That's what this composition is kind of based around, right? The Sojourn and the Roadhog. And we see it drawn to perfection there. Deco overstaying their welcome just a tad too long. And they're forced to kind of reset. Another big hook. Yeah, that's the fight over.
Wow.
No engagement potential now for ISU, and they'll have to go. They'll have to retreat, cutting their losses. They don't lose another player because that's going to be a very delayed stagger. And more critically, Fisher College has actually been able to extend their lead on the Kitsune Rush. So even as this next fight commences, they'll have a big advantage over ISU. As ISU still doesn't have anything to respond to this ultimate coming thing.
No, they certainly don't. And now with Kitsune Rush coming out from Goose, they pushed forward very, very aggressively. Illinois State kiting back, though. Likely not going to be picked off, but it certainly buys more time. Oh, I say that, and then Faded proves me wrong. Finding Renko again. Vision going to use now the overclock. Sound barrier coming in from Mikan, but the damage is still too much for Illinois State to deal with.
Full reset coming in for Fisher, or sorry, for ISU, who have also moved over to a near mirror of their opposition. The only difference, the Genji versus the Reaper. And I mean, even as Fisher invest in that fight, they cost ISU some space and time. Really, what ISU has to kind of do is get this Kitsune Rush in position, get lethal in time to actually deal damage, because that's what they turned this fight over, especially with the lead that Fisher has been able to accrue.
Oh, exactly. And here it comes. The Kitsune rushes here. Lethal now with the Death Blossom. Not finding anything from it. Baited, forced to use the Whole Hog, though. The damage is there, though, so Illinois State will find a fight win here, but they don't have much room for error moving forward.
Not in this round, at the very least. And, man, that was a very bold position by Renko. Nice little emote there. Clapping. This game's not quite over yet, and you still have a lot of time to fight here for ISU still. I mean, they'll be able to go aggressive here, right? Deco with the sound barrier. You know Fisher College isn't really going to be able to force this, and you need to deny this Kitsune Rush value. It cannot be allowed to just walk in and gain utility.
No, it can't. We've got a very aggressive sound barrier now coming out from Illinois State. Moving Fish now on the Hog, uses the Whole Hog to push everybody back and into the damage that the rest of their team is doing.
I mean, more importantly, though, is that ISU completely deny Fisher College that Kitsune Rush. I highlighted it being, you know, you can't allow Fisher to set up, and in fact, Illinois State University don't. The other big part about that is it denies both the Overclock and the Kitsune Rush, two ultimates that can win you fights on their own, and now ISU have trended towards final fight territory where they finally have the impetus in this round. They had every advantage to close it out.
And Vision not going to get what they needed. The headshot reflected back from Keller. That is absolutely devastating. That was one of their big win conditions, but Renko going to be able to get this Kitsune Rush online quickly. Keller, though, has the blade out there, finding value. The Rush, a last-minute attempt, a last hope here for Illinois State, but this is going to be very, very difficult if Illinois State can even touch.
The Overclock still running from Vision. They'll get one, but one is not enough. And unfortunately, there will be no more contests coming in. Lethal, a last-ditch effort, already forced into the Wraith Walk.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get a touch, but Goose found a Deco. That's going to be it for the overtime, and we're going to map number 3 here on Oasis, LaFon.
SH3 needs to be the resolution now for our first map in this best of 5 in our grand finals, evened up 1 apiece. The highlight, of course, is Keller. I mean, the deflect there. The timing, impeccable. At that particular moment, you don't really have much available to you, and that will, in fact, be the deflect that opens things up for Fisher on that second round.
Walnuts.
And you know, that was the round really too where you know, I think we thought the cards were going to be stacked in Illinois State's favor, right? Just coming out on this more mobile composition, right? Being able to take advantage of this high ground much more easily, but ended up not being the case. We are going to see Illinois move back to this Winston composition, though.
Clearly, ISU favors this high mobility rush, and they do a great job of containing map control, actually.
Yeah.
Without really using much in terms of resources either. Their positioning on the map is excellent. And Fisher has to often overexpend to get into position. The problem lies in that bursting down targets mid-fight is very difficult. Unlike for Fisher College, if they land a hook, fight is often over before it begins.
Yeah, now Faded going very aggressively here. Hook gonna go wide. It is going to be a lot of pressure now put on to the point. Faded, another hook misses its mark, but in the meantime, Vision has found Goose. So Fisher College trending on the up, but Deco takes Keller out of the equation as well. Protection Suzu comes out to prevent that hook from landing, and now Fisher College, despite some early successes, gets pushed back.
And that is exactly what I was talking about in terms of map control by ISU without using much in terms of resources. If we watched, as we saw it from Faded's perspective, kind of ambling around the point, not able to find a target because of how quickly ISU moves and changes their location, right? The Roadhog is constantly looking for targets that aren't there, and ISU then isolate an individual member, they dive on them, and they close it out. Fisher College, once again, starting on the back foot for the third round in a row.
Yeah.
The hook will go wide once more from Faded, so that's that first advantage completely eliminated.
Protection Suzu does come out, though, for the Redbird, so Fisher College has an opportunity here. Unfortunately for them, though, Lethal does find Caller, so there's a little less energy in the bag right there. We've got the Kitsune rush as well as the whole hog out. Faded tried to push everybody off of point. They've got better positioning here, but the picks still go the way of Illinois State.
And all that's another fight that's an ultimate spent rather from Fisher College, and they're going to get absolutely nothing from it. Moving Fish 7 is eliminated, sure, but that's not going to turn the fight in your favor. You can see Faded harried at every angle by multiple members of ISU. And that'll be the tail end of the fight. So once more, Redbird extend via just better positioning at this junction than Fisher. You can see from Faded's perspective, looking for an opportunity to land a hook, and no one on ISU standing still long enough for that to be the case. So ISU costing Fisher College a ton in that last fight. They now have realistically only the DPS ultimates and the sustain of the sound barrier to try and puncture through. And once again, they're dealing with extreme sustain that Illinois State can bring. Keep in mind, the Primal Rage still on the table.
Oh, Faded, though, able to take Renko out. That's a big source of the healing now gone for Illinois State. Lethal getting moved forward with that movement boost from Lucio. Does find Keller Buchanan with a sound barrier now, trying to keep their team alive under the threat of this Primal Rage from Moving Fish, who has been just a moving target this entire time for Fisher College. Faded does go down. Overtime ticking over. Illinois State will come away with the first map win here on Oasis.
Moving Fish 7 absolutely rescues that fight from from the thralls of defeat. What a spectacular Primal Rage from the Winston there. No point can the sound barrier land because it caught mid-animation. The Primal Rage keeps Lucio up in the skybox and prevents them from touching. That is a map-winning ultimate from the Winston player, Moving Fish 7, and just a mechanical outplay that, frankly, won them that fight and therefore the map.
Yeah, I mean, just huge situational awareness, recognizing that, when that Lucio hits the ground, there's just so many shields on the table, and just the mechanical ability as well to be able to primal them away. I mean, it's not an easy ultimate to use, much less against a Lucio, so big standout play there from Moving Fish, and that's going to be a big part of the equation, I think, here for Fisher, right? Is how do they neutralize Moving Fish? How can they mitigate their effectiveness as we continue on the series?
One thing that also is pretty apparent is that ISU is not afraid to use utilities to deny the Roadhog hook its value, right? Using the Protection Suzu aggressively so that pickoff doesn't come in just gives you a window of opportunity, right? That 8-second window to turn the fight in your favor. And I mean, ISU are operating in those 8-second bursts where, sure, the Sojourn is a threat all the time, right? Being able to build the railgun up, but it's a much harder skill shot to hit relative to the Roadhog hook, right? And of course, you can kind of play outside the angles of opportunity for the Sojourn. Whereas with Roadhog, I mean, the threat is by nature, they can just walk into a place and take you out. And so ISU are spending to prevent that from happening, which allows them then to turn the fight in their favor. So very, very smart clinical play by ISU here, and that gives them that first series lead.
It certainly does. And, you talk about, like, denying right, Faded that opportunity to really find value on this hook. Even when Faded has been able to, right at the beginning, especially of that last sub-map on Oasis, right, they got the hook, they got that pick onto Reaper. Well, ISU was able to just dance around the rest of the aggression coming out from Fisher College and give enough time for Reaper to make it back into the fight. So, you know, not only is it, to me at least, that Fisher College needs to hit these, right? They need to hit these hooks. They need to get this value, right, out of their Roadhog, but they also need to be able to collapse faster onto the remaining targets that the Illinois State Redbirds have, because they're just taking too long to close out these fights. That's ending up biting them in the end.
As we highlighted, though, the series is not over. It is a best of 5, so only a starting portion of this series has been completed. Still opportunity for Fisher College to respond, take maps away, and attempt to even us up here. Still a tall task, because I think at this point, it's pretty apparent that ISU has understood their map spacing quite well here.
Yeah, you brought that up very early on in that map as well. And it was really enlightening, right? Watching how well the Redbirds were able to just hide away from any potential damage, any potential, fight swinging ability, ultimate, whatever it may be. So moving forward, right, as well, if you're Fisher, you want to try, I think, and figure out a way to deny some of the space from the Redbirds too, right? Get them into unenviable positions, because right now they seem to have just a much better hold on where they want to be, when they want to be there, and what they want to do while they're there.
We do have a substitute coming in for ISU. As we get set to go to Dorado instead, so
the best laid plans have...
Gig coming in on the tank position, moving Fish 7 will step back. And I don't believe any changes for Fisher College here in the meanwhile.
No, don't appear to be any. And yeah, with Gig coming in now on the Winston, I'm gonna be curious to see what was the impetus for this change, right? Is Gig going to be able to bring something else to the table that we didn't see coming out from their teammate, right? We did see them swap over to the Roadhog, right? Maybe Gig has a little bit more prowess on it. It'll just be interesting to see how this manifests itself as the doors open and Fisher College begins to push this payload forward here on Dorado.
One thing to highlight, of course, Dorado has a lot of high ground where Winston can really thrive, and that's why we see Faded on the Winston instead, actually to open things up rather than the Roadhog. So it may actually be an inverse, where moving Fish 7 has more flexibility. Get a reply. That's a good boot. That actually denies that first jump, and with that, the late bubble.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 picks right off the rip. Fisher College sent back to spawn expeditiously by Illinois State.
A little bit of a difference also in this composition, by the way, is Lethal on the Ash. This is Vision looking for someone stepping a little too far forward, but has to be careful not to overstay their welcome. Seems okay though. Yeah, they'll get the slide away. Yeah, the Ash, of course, gives more range pressure. Plus, it gives a third angle of displacement for when the Winston tries to dive in, right? You've got the sound wave from the Lucio. You've also got the coach gun. That's a very soft dive from the Winston to try and take space. Faded, just jumping low ground to low ground. But now this allows the hit scan of ISU to free fire.
Yeah, it really does. They aren't able to get much from it at the moment, but now all eyes have turned onto Keller. They're being chased down quickly. It's going to be finished off here by Gig. So Fisher College just having a hard time finding purchase, even here in these opening moments of Dorado. And keep in mind as well, this was their map pick, so, they're expecting, I think, to have a pretty strong showing here, but right now, all indications are otherwise.
Fisher College can't even get out of spawn right now. ISU, again, that's that 3 angle they're playing off of, or sort of 3 points that they're kind of playing off of, right? The first is the Winston controlling high ground. The second is the Ash, right? Lethal being able to provide that crossfire. And then Vision can kind of bounce between the two, either providing a third angle to fire from, or it can also close in with the Winston, with Gig, to provide a ton of space. Gig somehow manages to get the elimination before being forced to Primal Rage. That's both supports gone once more.
Yeah, Gig proving to be just as lethal as Moving Fish in that last round. And we're half of the time, over half the time has now been burnt off the clock here by Illinois State. And there's next to no card progress to be said for Fisher.
They haven't even really forced much from ISU, right? Just the Primal Rage. And frankly, a fairly cheap ultimate to spend if you're ISU to guarantee a fight win. Even as you could expect to see the Kitsune Rush, that's just a defensive Primal, or sorry, an offensive one. ISU are just leaving.
Yeah, they're just backing up. This has been the name of the game for them a lot of the time, right? Is just back up, just hide away from this damage, not let it get value. Sure, you're going to give up a little bit of room, but I mean, Vision comes in the end with a 4K, and Fisher College just finds themselves right back where they started.
That was also, I mean, more expensive for Fisher College than it was for ISU. The best ultimate on the field right now is the Kitsune Rush, and Renko still has that in the back pocket.
Oh my god.
They're not even forcing it out. That's just a free kill in this final minute.
Yeah, this is an absolute masterclass showing here right now from Illinois State University and Vision. Vision's putting on a clinic too here for Sojourn. They've been such a pivotal part of at least the last 2 fight wins.
Fisher College, they're going to have to hope this blade comes up big and that Liar loses the sound barrier, because that is realistically all they have left. Depresso, overclock in turn as well.
We're going to have the overclock coming out. Here comes the rush now from Renko. The sound barrier is there from both squads. Keller forced to back away. Tries to find something with the blade, but it's going to expire without any significant damage done. Beta going down very low. McCann, though, going to be tossing aside their life, though. First, Illinois State University with just about as much of a full hold as you can get here to start on Dorado.
It's been a long time since I've seen the payload stymied here. It does not even get to the first archway on this map. What a defensive masterclass from ISU. And that is, if not a guaranteed map win.
Yeah.
If this isn't a guaranteed map win, I don't truly know what is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, this is... the point at which the cart made it to is the point at which you kind of start thinking about mounting your first attack, right, from either side. So, you know, this just the fact that the cart went this far is evidence that Fisher College did not win a fight, right? And more so even than that, I don't think they never really gained much of an advantage in any of these fights either, right? It was always Illinois State University with either the first pick or... you know, just a significant push or a significant amount of damage coming in and forcing Fisher College back. And now Faded has opted to go for the Reinhardt because they're going to just need this pressure. They're going to need this sustain on the ground if they hope to have any chance of coming away with a map win here.
It's going to be a close quarters brawl from Fisher College, the Reinhardt. Character we haven't seen much in recent memory. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't even make it past the little first hill. And then I could see the golden box of victory. Well played. I suppose that's true.
Yeah.
Lethal continuing to play Mystery Heroes, but in a functioning manner.
Yeah.
That's such a risky place to set up. You're forced to, though.
Yeah, you are. Like, what else do you do, right? You've got to make sure that you put as much pressure on this point as possible. Keep it from going just about anywhere, but already Lethal able to take Depresso out with their Helix Rocket. Immortality Field has to be used as well. Goose with just very little health, and they have to keep Faded up. They have to keep Faded alive. Their shield going down very low. They're getting the damage by the Tesla cannon seemingly from multiple directions at once right now. Goose gonna be out. That's the last of their heals. Faded not going to last much longer, and Illinois State University will come away with a second map victory here on Dorado.
Match point in extremely quick fashion.
Yeah.
Oasis a close one. Dorado very much not. And now ISU sitting at match point here in the grand finals. Oh, what a showcase here from one of the strongest teams in collegiate, right? ISU. This is one of the reasons why this team has been, I think, so good for so long. A team that has been able to rebuild itself over and over and over again. And each time it seems even better than the last performances. Frankly, there's I don't think there's any superlatives that can be mentioned that are not enough for ISU, right? This is a team that has performed. I don't think in a grand finals that I have seen in the collegiate level that has been as dominant a defense as what we just witnessed there.
At this point, Fisher is on life support, right? ISU has put them in the ICU. They have to change something dramatically here moving forward. And again, keep in mind, Dorado, that was their map pick, right? Yeah. That is where they felt confidence. They felt, surely we can take away a map from ISU and start to come back in this series. But now, if I were in that situation, I know I'd be questioning myself. I know I'd be questioning my judgment. But Fisher, they're gonna have to keep their mental strong here, even after such a dominant showing from ISU.
I mean, it's a go next situation, right? That map's over and done with. It's in the past. You can't really worry about it anymore. It has to kind of be a case of moving into the next situation and the next map, your pick, and go on from there, right? An outlier. Oasis was a much closer showcase, right? But clearly, I think the performance from ISU was tremendous in this round, and that gives every opportunity now for ISU to close out the series. As we have one more map is a possibility, one more guaranteed map at the very least coming up next. Beyond that will be up to Fisher.
And like I said before, it's gonna have to be a big change that we see for them, right? They need to see if they can capture some of that success, right, that they had on Cine Center back in Oasis, because they looked very good there, right? It was still a close affair, but they had it in the end. And it was just due to some great play, right? But in addition, right, nothing exceptional, nothing out of the ordinary, right? It wasn't like someone came in with an absolute hero play at the end of that map, right? It was a team effort. They were all doing what they needed to do. So it's there. They could do it again. They just have to tap into it and figure out how.
Well, figure out how is kind of the important thing. 'Cause now they have to figure out where we're going to next. What map is going to be the state of that third look? And a question of strengths, right? Do you go back to the Roadhog with that pick composition where you've been possibly the closest, I think, overall? Again, though, it kind of all dials back to ISU, because even when Fisher were on their strongest look to this point in the series, ISU still kind of set the tempo for the game and forced Fisher into inopportune fights. We're going to push next for Coliseo, so it certainly doesn't get easier for Fisher even as we get to this map type, because ISU's map positioning, their map control, the setup of the pace of the game, all of that was absolutely elite. And with push, being able to choose where you take fights, how you take fights, often can be the difference between winning and losing. So again, ISU still very much favored here on map number 3.
The one thing I think that that Fisher will have going for him, that the Falcons can kind of rally around, is that they should have much more point presence here, right? With that Roadhog, if they can plant them on point and kind of play around them, force ISU to engage them where they want to, then maybe they can come away with win here. But I absolutely agree, right? Just because, with the nature of the push bot, right? You can move them forward, you can stop it from moving forward, you can take that fight where you want it when you have control. So to me, Fisher really needs to come away here with the first win on this map if they're hoping to have a good shot at continuing the series.
5, 4, 3.
Lethal playing, I think, the 5th hero.
Yeah.
What has it been so far? It's been Reaper, Ashe, Soldier, Hanzo, and there was one more.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was 5, but for the life of me, can't remember who it is at the moment. But Illinois State going to get to point first, so they're going to have the opportunity to kind of set it up how they want to. But big hook in from Faded. Gig diving in afterwards, trying to save them. Not going to be able to get there in time. Another hook going to net. Fisher College a second kill. This fight is over. they have the first fight win that they crucially needed to be able to come back in this series.
Yeah, the big difference there, of course, is that Fisher was able to get Faded online, right? In the previous maps, Faded often looking for an opportunity, especially if we think back to Oasis. How many times did a fight start off with a hook, you know, fight win? And the answer was once, actually. This time around, it's a much cleaner start, and already Fisher College get a significant percentage on the block.
They do, and good, crucially as well for Gig, that shield is gone, so Faded is free to let the hook loose. Lethal is gone out of the fight. Fisher making it so far look easy here on Coliseum.
Yeah, much more performant roster now on this third map. This is what we really wanted to see. Mikan gonna be eliminated, so that's not ideal. But it's not a death sentence either. You can see a lot of progress still being taken here by Illinois State University. This time with Faded out, though, that's going to be the fight loss, and ISU end up switching. And that was actually what the fifth hero was. It was Cassidy.
Oh, it was Cassidy, you're right, yeah.
Lethal makes a return on it, and we'll end up winning the fight.
A lot of ground, though, Illinois State has to make up, though, at this point. They will have the Kitsune rush online next time, but Goose gonna have one of their own. The difference maker could be the hook again. Faded is finding now what they have needed, what has been missing the rest of this match so far. Protection Suzu used on Gig to give them a little bit of an opportunity to move forward, but Depresso finding Vision, that could be putting the finishing touches already on this fight.
This hook gonna bring
hook.
Gig into position, So, it is again a near mirror by ISU, but they're not going to be able to equalize in range. And in fact, this actually might be the checkpoint over to Fisher College with that extremely delayed kill onto Liar. If there's another pick that comes in, if Lethal goes down here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, that's going to be the butt scratch for Fisher College right there. They're going to be able to activate now that close spawn point, and you know, maybe somebody from Illinois State comes in. Vision, though, able to find a pick on the Goose. If you're gonna turn things around, that's absolutely how it starts. Gig able to get a hook on the Faded, and Illinois State turning us into liars right here, LaFon. They found the kills they needed before that forest spawn activated for Fisher.
Yeah, really strong reset from that one. Again, another highlight was Lethal dealing enough damage so Vision from range was able to take down Keller.
Right.
Tail of that last fight, by the way, or the last point where ISU was at this point, was that Fader was able to walk in and get a hook uncontested. This time, already being poked down, not going to be nearly as easy, and in fact, the hook goes wide. So the overclock now, the next best opportunity for Fisher.
Gig using the whole hog, and now they go down to about half health, but they're going to be healed back up, and now they're Illinois State actually winning, I believe, fewer fights here, though, just about on the same distance, and they have the advantage here. Goose going to try and turn things around with a Kitsune rush. Renko pops one of their own. Lethal still able to get the kills that they need, so Fisher invested a lot in this, and they're not going to come away with a fight win.
No, ISU are going to end up getting the lead as well, and with Keller so very low. They have to stay alive. You can see Lethal hunting them down. Nice shot there. That's going to be the checkpoint earned. That last fight, by the way, Fisher College, yes, they use a ton of resources, but ISU was nowhere to be found. So even as they responded, ISU had just better positioning, better opportunities to avail themselves of the damage throughput of, I mean, both the Kitsune rush, we saw a Deadeye get value, and Lethal has just been a roaming threat once more. The ranged hit scan, finding a ton of space to work.
Lethal is just getting in so much damage right before Fisher even has an opportunity to move forward, and even though it's getting healed back up, the Deadeye just about online now here for Lethal. A lot of damage, though, coming in courtesy of Fisher College here. Lethal does find McCann, though, on the retreat. Keller gonna see if they can use this Dragon Blade to try and turn things around, but the Deadeye forces them back, forces them away, and forces out the deflect as well. But in the meantime, Faded has found Vision. Keller, despite getting put on the ropes there by the Deadeye, able to get a kill. Fisher College may, in fact, have enough to come back into this and turn it around in their favor.
Every moment that Lethal kind of stays up here and forces Fade to stay alive, is time that they're just not going to be able to actually get a fight going.
Right. And, Illinois State still moving, back in control of the cart once again. But now a couple more picks come in favor of Fisher College. It feels like this fight has gone on now for several minutes. Neither team wants to relinquish it, but Illinois State eventually forced to.
That was actually really close. That was a really, really aggressive play. This is not great for Fisher College. Vision is not going to survive, but it doesn't matter. That's time extended. That allows the rest of ISU to respawn. Keep in mind, the forward spawns are still active for ISU, as the bot has not yet made it over the halfway point. And yeah, there it is. You can see with that delayed kill, Fisher College, they don't actually prevent ISU from full resetting. And now, Fisher College down once again.
A little under 4 minutes left to go here, and Illinois State puts the finishing touches on that fight very, very quickly, LaFon.
This is understanding push to a level that we haven't seen, or that is only starting to become, I think, commonplace, right? This is what the future of push looks like, just controlling the objective and kind of controlling space, resetting a fight. It doesn't matter that ISU didn't win the last fight, right?
Right.
Because they kept control of the bot. They're now forcing Fisher College to use ultimates just to get out of spawn.
It's going to be Goose using Kitsune Rush as well. We got the sound barrier out from both sides right now. Faded working overtime with the whole hog, but Depresso is going to find Gig there in the end with a headshot. Illinois State, though, still coming ahead at the moment. Despite not having their tank, they're able to get a couple kills, but Faded does find Lethal, so things could be going their way now, especially considering how close the spawn is.
It's 112 meters, though, and
yeah,
I mean, historically in push, 112 meters is almost like a death sentence in this map. Once you give that up, Gig playing the wrecking ball this time, and again, Fisher College, they lose another player. They're struggling to gain space. A reminder, ISU's on match point here.
Exactly. This is for all the marbles. This is it for the entire fall season here. Faded, forced to take a breather pretty early, but they are going to be rewarded with a kill on Durango. However, the damage turns back to them in the flash of an eye. Gig now looking to see if they can put some pressure onto the point, see if they can take control of the cart once again. But a pair of kills go the way of Fisher, so they're going to be forced to retreat.
Okay, we'll get the reset here. There will be another fight at the midway point. Fisher College, they have to win. Oh my god, it's like 5 fights in a row. Sort of flawlessly at that, right? You can't lose players in these fights on push. And there's only a minute 50. It does not get easier for Fisher College. Their backs are literally against the wall. Open up with a Kitsune Rush here at the midway point, but they lose. Faded once more.
And Keller right on the tail of that as well. Illinois State, despite not having anything in the tank, ultimate-wise, is able to win that in the neutral despite them having to stare down a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a neutral fight at that point, right? When your opponent has used the Kitsune Rush, that is just a disadvantage fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Depresso, though, not going to be dissuaded. They have found a kill on Division. Hood comes in, though, that prevents Lethal from getting the dead eye off. And in the meantime, Depresso able to find them. So, Fisher College, they've taken another fight win, but they can't be trading like this. They have to get multiple in a row.
Well, that's 1 out of 7. Every fight to kind of continue. That's not, I mean, Liar's going to be able to escape. So that's now 6 more remaining. 50 seconds. It starts now. You can't lose any more fights if you are Fisher College.
No, this is definitely last fight territory. If they lose this one right here, they're going to be hard-pressed to not only win the next fight, but even get back to the point. Vision holding on to this overclock, waiting for the other ultimates to come online. Renko gonna have Kitsune Rush soon, and it's gonna be a healthy amount of time before Goose is going to be able to get theirs. But they're gonna need to use it quickly if they're hoping to come in with this advantage. But Vision able to find Faded. It's absolutely devastating for Fisher College. 1 player down. Renko nowhere to be found, but it might not matter. Sound barrier out now from Mikan. Vision dancing over the bot, looking for a kill. Lethal now on the Widow, able to find one, but Mikan comes in, takes out both DPS with a sound wave and a smack to the face. Gig trying to hold on to point now for ISU. They just, again, have to win 1 fight here. It is going to be a Herculean effort, though, for Fisher to come back in this.
Every fight from here on out has to be perfection. Fisher, this comeback would be one that has never been seen before. Not in all levels of Overwatch. The Kitsune is out from Renko. The Blade denies Liar.
Oh my gosh, that is a huge start here for Fisher College. They're able to get 2 key members out of the fight. Illinois State, they're just going to back up and try again. They've got plenty more opportunities to finish this fight, finish this map.
That'll be the checkpoint earned. Keller's out and down. The flawless run has not been achieved.
Oh my gosh,
That is the beginning of the end.
It absolutely is. Fisher on their last legs right now. Lethal going to town, finding head after head. Roadhog turns around the corner. It's just going to be McCon left. That's nobody left on point. Illinois State will be your NACE Fall League Open Premier 2022 Grand Champions.
What a tremendous performance. A flawless run here from the ISU squad. Redbird Esports, a storied program, one that has, I think, only grown in its potential, taking yet another victory, another mark of their excellence here as they complete the run through. And make no mistake, that 3-0 was not a close one. What a tremendous performance from ISU as they'll, put another mark in their story, another highlight in their reel, and a tremendous performance once more by the ISU Redbirds.
Of course, it's this kind of excellence that we've come to expect from this squad. Fisher, just not up to the task today. I mean, like you said, this was a dominant performance coming out of the Redbirds, and looking forward now, right, to the spring. This is a scary team to have sitting kind of on top of the podium, looking down at everybody else, right? We've seen what this squad is capable of now in the fall, and with winter break coming ahead, there's just going to be more time for them to perfect what honestly looks like it's close to perfection already, LaFon. But congratulations, regardless, to both of these squads, and especially to the Redbirds, coming away with that $2,500 scholarship prize.
Yeah, again, a wonderful showcase. And of course, a massive shout out to Fisher College. Second place is a very, very respectable effort, right? To make it all the way to this point. And even as Illinois dominated, I think Fisher has fought long, quite difficult place to be here in the second or in the grand finals. So even that, a second place position, not a bad thing to look at all. Still, at the end of the day, it is Illinois State University who come out on top, who have achieved victory, and who now take the title as theirs. And so, once again, that's the Open Premier given over to ISU. With that being said, we're not done. We're not done yet, as we get a quick interview here with the victors themselves, Wheats from ISU.
Hey, what's up, guys?
First of all, congratulations on your performance here. A 3-0 scoreline for the ISU Redbirds. I mean, listen, it's ISU. We already know. We expect a lot from your teams. You guys performed it over and over again. So I don't think it would be fair for me to ask what your expectation was coming into this. But talk to me about the program itself from sort of the holistic looking in, because you guys have built a program that I think rivals anybody in this scene.
Yeah, they just put a lot of faith in me and Flutie, and they let us do pretty much whatever we think will be best for the students and the school. So I really have to tip my hat to them for that, for really trusting us and going all out on everything we say.
That's fantastic. Now, one of the things LaFon and I had talked about was just, how consistently strong this ISU Redbird squad is, right? I mean, you're so strong, right, that Overwatch League, has picked up players from your program, right? And you've had to go back, right, to kind of this, to this rebuilding phase. But it honestly doesn't seem to matter for the Redbird. So how do you maintain this level of this level of consistency at such a high level?
I think I've been doing it for a really long time. I started on a team called Second Wind, and we used to always get poached for academy teams back in like 2018. And I think I just have a good eye for talent, and so does Flutie. So whenever we're pretty good at running tryouts and finding like who's next, like who we think is going to be the next upcoming players. We're always thinking about that because we always know at the end of a semester there's always a risk to lose people to the Overwatch League, or if they just didn't really, if they want to go to a different school, or just any multitudes of reasons, because players here aren't just here for Overwatch, you know, it's like school too, so there's always the thought of who could be next, because at the end of the day they're going to graduate. That's the goal, so you always need the next guy in line.
The program seems very cohesive at ISU, right? As you highlighted, not just the in-game, but the out-of-game, the academics on top of that. For ISU, though, what's kind of the expectation moving forward? Because it's hard to believe that you're, standing here at the grand champion of this Open Premier, and that's it for this team. So, what's kind of the next step here for the program?
Well, we're playing in contenders as well, so hopefully we can win that maybe, and we're always looking to, grow our club teams and our academy team here. We have a lot of Overwatch teams, Overwatch club at the school. So I think just winning in Tier 2 and then growing our program at the school is pretty much our end goal.
Fantastic. Well, you've done a wonderful job of that so far. Expecting nothing less in the future. Now, you expressed some gratitude towards your team and to some other individuals. But before we let you go, one final question for me: anybody you would like to give a shout out to? Friends, family, your team, anybody you'd like.
I give a shout out to all the ISU staff that brought me in. Like Captain Kirk is our director. He DM'd me on Twitter and said, "Hey, you want to be on the team? To come build the team." No, this would have happened without that. Shout out to Flutie. We're this coach together. We do a lot of stuff together, and she's been really awesome. Shout out to Airplane, she's our manager. She gets all the scrims, and that's pretty much it.
Once again, a hearty congratulations to you, your roster, your team, for winning the finals here at the championship for the Open Premier at the A-Star League this season. We'll let you go, but again, what a terrific performance from you and your team.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. See ya.
Well, that's going to do it for our grand finals in Overwatch 2, the first season in this Overwatch 2 game that we've come to love. Thank you so much again from myself, LaFon, alongside me, Juggle God. Before we go, Juggle, any final thoughts here before we head out?
Just a big hearty congratulations, honestly, to everybody who has competed in this fall season. Collegiate esports is the future. I love being a part of it, getting to cast alongside you, LaFon, and seeing these fantastic players develop throughout the course of a season. And best of luck to everybody moving forward, and as well, thank you to everybody involved here at the A-Star League production, everybody who helps make this happen for all of the students.
Well, that'll be it for the Open Premier for the Grand Finals. Once again, the ISU Redbird Esports program, your champions 3-0 over Fisher College. However, with that, we are not done tonight. Coming up next, it will be a League of Legends. UCI taking on Maryville Esports. You won't want to miss it. When we return, League of Legends.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Welcome in one and all to the NACE Star League Grand Finals of the 2022 fall season. This is a best of 3 to decide who will be our champions. I am Mazel, and I'm joined by Soph Chan for the first time. I'm very excited to be here with you. How you doing, Soph?
Oh, I'm doing so great tonight. Oh, it's amazing to guest some more League of Legends, especially since we're doing some open premiere playoffs as well. It can't get more exciting than that.
Yeah, it definitely can. And especially with the two teams we have at bat today. We have Maryville University taking on, I believe it was just, sorry about that. It is 2 matches. I thought it was only 1 match. But apparently we have 2 matches. Just
1 match. Yeah, we're doing the second match.
Okay, it is just the second match. Okay, I figured.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It is UCI versus Maryville University. I was looking on Twitter, and the director of UCI Esports over there at UCI said that this is potentially the first time these two organizations, or not organizations, but universities have met here in League of Legends after having a storied friendship over years and years. So it's kind of exciting to be here.
Oh, absolutely. And we're looking at that. We have 2 universities, 2 teams that were on 7-0 throughout the season. So, I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to have other teams than these 2 in the playoffs.
Gotta have the undefeated teams meet up in the finals. It is the script, right? And we do see the script here in scholarship pricing. $2,500 in scholarships for first place, $1,250 for second place, and $625 for third. Still very nice to get that support, especially as a college student, for those scholarships. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Oh, yes. And we're going to have a look at the bracket, how we have it here. So far, we had the round 4, University of California, Irvine versus University of Illinois. It was a 2-1. Maryville University won 2-0 against North Carolina State University. And now grand final is going to be, as we said, University of California versus Maryville University.
Yeah. And those 2 games, pretty intense. Maryville definitely taking care of business in the 2-0 fashion. Very strong performances in both those 2 games. And UCI definitely have to work for it a little bit, but got to see a little bit of the growing synergy between the squads. So here we are to see who our final champion will be. It is a best of 3. Coin flip determines the draft side and their preferences. And default world championship rule set here. So.
Yes, indeed. So nothing's going to be much different than what you guys usually watch in all the collegiate esports, in all of League of Legends esports in general. So best of 3s, we are looking for maybe a game 3 scenario, or are you looking for a sweeper, Mezel?
I think it's going to be interesting. First game's going to determine a lot for me because with Maryville's roster, I definitely think there's a lot of snowball potential here. I think with UCI, if there's a pop-off, if you have Duan Pro who's really performing on the day, if Gorica and Light Pulse are synergizing really well in the bot lane, they can also have hard carry moments. So I think game 1 is going to determine a lot. But when you look at these rosters, definitely a little bit more of some name recognition, I feel like, for Maryville University, just in terms of their participation in a lot of tournaments in amateur and things along those lines. But we also have some storied veterans for UCI here in terms of Gorica, not so much as a veteran in Light Pulse, but a strong duo that have seen a lot of time in the AM circuit here. So.
Yeah, and I think, well, even though we might see a couple of players that we don't know much about, it's still a 7-0 absolutely
Exactly.
invictus, two teams that we have on the board for the grand finals. So I'm sure that both of them are having such a great run and absolutely working wonders together as a 5v5. But we're diving right into the draft for this one.
Got anything that stands out to you so far? We have the iconic Graves coming in here for Maryville University. We'll get a little bit of a response here for Duong Pro picking out the Wukong. But love the side lane pressure in the lane, solo lane focus, at least for UCI.
Yeah, I think I really enjoy UCI's having the Ezreal in the bot lane, especially with the Amumu. I think you're going to be as safe as it can get. So if you're expecting any of the ganks from Graves, I don't think they're going to be that successful. So maybe Maryville are going to look for ganks towards mid lane or the top lane, maybe going for Herald later on, because this bot lane is just going to farm all day.
I could see that for sure. But I will say there's a vast difference, I feel like, in terms of how the competitions want to work for each side. Where you look at Maryville University, they have a lot of movement in their lanes, right? Both solo lanes have a lot of movement out of lane, especially from mid lane with Get Back in terms of helping Iconic. The other side, you do have a ton of teamfight potential, a ton of backline access and single target damage, right? If you're able to land those shots, UCI is going to find promise in the team fights, but you wonder if that's going to come around and kind of bear fruit around the first couple objectives here.
Yeah, I think if we think about the first Drakes along the line, if we have nice positioning coming from the Varus and the Karma, it might be safe for Maryville because they can just do damage from a distance and disengage with the movement speed with the shielding. So that might be nice, especially with Ari coming in as well with at least the level 6. So the LT is going to be there. She's going to be very mobile from this point on. So I think both teams, I agree with you. They seem to look for different things in regards to mid game and in regards to team fighting. UCI looks to go ahead and destroy your backline.
Exactly, and that's also where I want to put a little bit of spotlight for UCI on Xiao Danny in the mid lane on the Syndra. A big load to bear on the Syndra. A carry performance will net you huge positives in game number 1 here. And going against Get Back, who a player from Maryville has been around for a little while now, and getting to speak to him a little bit last year at a LAN I went to with him. It was incredible to hear how he's trying to adapt his performances and the way that he performs out of mid lane to what the team needs. And that's where seeing him on the Ari and looking at that mobility to pair up with Iconic is something that Maryville, at least I feel like, are heavily indexing on, and that's where Xiao Danny can force presence in the mid lane and force a carry performance for himself.
Yo, I definitely agree. It's going to be something of Maryville just being more careful in their positioning all throughout the mid game and trying to get those breaches in mistakes that maybe UCI are going to make before the Drake, in their maybe pushing a little too overconfident in the bot lane, shoving the wave when you're not supposed to. Maybe you're getting a little too overexcited about how you're managing to be aggressive on the lane, and they can try to punish on that. But it's going to be heavily reliant on what you said, the Ari being able to roam at level 6 and the bot lane being able to stay nice and secure, but also dealing the poke that they can do, but being careful if they want to go for engages or not, because Amumu, Ezreal, you can just stay for days.
Yeah, you can. And you can also be aggressive if you want to. And that's where I'm looking at Duong Pro, where that focus will be as the Wukong early on. And knowing that, Gorka and Light Pulse are traditional carries, right? Like Light Pulse very much so in an engage focus center. His most played being the Thresh, right? Seeing him on this Amumu could be huge. But seeing this level 1 from Maryville could also be huge if only UCI fell for the bait.
Yeah, it's not always that's going to happen. We have that 5 people stacking the bot lane. They're maybe going to try to look for something.
You don't think it's like a magnet? Like they just are pulled to the 5 stack?
Yeah, kind of like that.
They actually still find some damage. Yeah, wow. 20 gold there.
Would you believe?
Hey, Maryville. Another classic for Maryville is control of the map. A lot of times, and obviously not with this specific squad, but as a tradition in Maryville's history, right? We have seen they're in control, they will smash games. I've seen Maryville in games at 13 minutes before against lesser opponents, right? Not saying UCI is in that case, but when they are in control, they are very strong. When they lose control, it can go a little bit haywire for them, and that's where they can fall back in these best ofs. And it actually is really interesting to see how they're going to kind of adapt to the series for UCI against UCI, who are traditionally very aggressive in their stance and how they want to play the early game.
Yeah, that definitely transpires on the way that they have crafted this comp for themselves. It's going to be some a team that can do the early aggression. They can have that happening so easily for themselves. So as I mentioned, Maryville, they have to execute the comp that they have going on pretty well. They have to have it really on point to be able to pull off a nice advantage in the beginning, because if that doesn't happen, UCI can definitely come back around.
There comes the aggression from Gorka and Lightpulse in the bot lane. Lobos has to flash early. Oh, Lightpulse trying to predict it, but doesn't get it. First blood goes to Maryville. As if Lightpulse hit that bandage toss, that was an easy first blood for UCI, but unable to get the quick moves from Lobos. Zyko getting a lot of damage back into Lightpulse. Doesn't have the damage to take him out, but will get as much as he can. Oh, Lightpulse going back in. The Q's coming back up. But first blood to Maryville, and absolute 2v2 aggression in the bot lane, Soph.
Yeah, and to be fair, I wasn't expecting to see Maryville get the first blood on that one, but I think maybe the flash forward from Gorka was a little too much. They were trying to attack melee there, and that might not have worked super well.
Yeah, no E will spell doom, but coming back, licking their wounds, both of them having a little bit, I guess the longsword boots now completed for Lobos. Ooh, we got a little bit of 1v1 in the jungle here, though, as Duong Pro will steal away the red buff from the prior LCS Golden Guardians jungler here. So a little bit of mental diff going on in the jungle right now, but Zyko forces a little bit of mental diff back.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the communication with your team, they're going to follow into the river, and that's going to cost a flash from that Wukong. All damage coming in from PCL, but they get 2 tower shots. Huge. Oh, I don't think that was good. Yeah,
that's gonna be a TP back for PCL. Pie Cake Lord, as I know him, you know we're good friends. I can call him by his real name. No, he will have to get back to the lane with. Maybe he'll just end up walking, but I would expect the TP to come out. Elated gonna be staying up there a little bit more. We get aggression in the middle lane though, and in the jungle. It's Iconic looking for his own. At least PowerPoint here against Duong Pro.
Yes, they're looking for something here, maybe trying to steal this one.
Oh, he hit it out into the reset, so it has to go back, even with the new leashing laws. Oh, Elated's having a little bit of trouble. They're going to go ahead and flesh out a lot of warding here. Duong Pro's going to stay bot lane, and nothing going to come of it, even though Mr. Iconic himself is still back there. They'll find Zyko in transition. He has the speed up here, though, and the flank the whole time. He's had the stacking up here. He's got a lot of armor, but he dies immediately. No help from the rest of the team.
Yeah, they were, unfortunately, a little too far behind. Lightpulse looks to be looking for another bandage going on.
That's the CC chain that'll spell your doom. The bandage toss landing consecutively here. And UCI, again, the early aggression coming out on top for them.
Yeah, but interesting to see that it wasn't because they were the sole ones. Nice dodge there from Lobos.
Yeah.
But definitely not because they were the only ones to do the aggression. We saw that nice flank coming from Wildflower. But unfortunately, since we mentioned the team was too far behind and they couldn't catch up in time, whereas University of California really were already there and knew that something might happen coming from the Graves player. And in the mid lane,
though, goodness.
Ulti
He's
forward.
got flashback out. Oh, the spirit rush over the wall. Get back. Gets the charge back. Huge play from the mid laner of Maryville University.
Woo! Oh my god, that was amazing. So nice to see. Very satisfying. I thought it was just going to be the flash over the wall and they were going to be nice and okay, this is enough for me. No. They're going to go over the wall as well and hunt down the prey as a nice Ahri does.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight really quick. I realized I was making that joke about PCL, and I could call him his real name, whatever. Wallflower is Iconic, the previous Golden Guardians jungler. I realized, I know him, and I knew he changed his name, but I did not also say that. So just want to shout that out really quick as we see this game kind of unfold here. But Pike Lord getting a little bit of aggressed in the top side of the map. No TP to save him this time around. We are now looking potentially at those first objectives that we were talking about in the draft and where these teams are going to flesh out next.
Yeah, really in the top lane here. Interesting to see that Maryville was the one to be on top, to be pushing forward on Camille. But then it turned into, unfortunately, Camille pushing back since Aatrox had to TP, had to go back to base TP because of those 2 tower shots a couple of minutes back. And that's still showing into nice lane dominance from Camille. In the bot lane, though, Lobos has decided to really push and shove this one. Maybe they're just looking
Dragon
for
time.
a good reset. Yeah.
You know, the
And
new WoW
junglers
expansion
out.
came out. Everybody's
Woo-hoo.
feeling the dragons. You know, it's all good. Everybody's in the same boat here. Now, but
Hey.
Maryville actually going to use a little bit of aggression here, clear out some warding. They have the option to go for dragon, or they can press towards mid and clear a lot of the vision, which it looks like they're going to go ahead and do.
Yeah, it's nice to get things well sorted before you go into a committed fight into the dragon pit, and they not only take the vision but also decide to go for a reset. Elated though, look at that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful setup right there to get Duong Pro maybe another kill. PCL going to flash, does have the dash over the wall, the blast cone, and he's out of there.
Ooh. Very interesting. I thought it was a little doomed to see the flash, the first flash from PCL, but then the dash over the wall was exactly what they were looking for. Oh no!
Okay, he's out.
Oh,
he's out.
damn.
Luckily, you know, Iconic is right there to save his day. PCL, Pie Kick Lord, out with a quick little flash. Oh, Light Pulse. A little bit of an aggressive bandage toss there, and Gorka's just getting ripped apart here. The Ignite might be enough, and Light Pulse took another aggressive bandage toss. The healing onto Gorka is just enough. Mystic Shot going to go a little wide there, so very furious trading in the bottom lane.
Yes, I was just looking forward to that True Shot barrage, but unfortunately Gorka is still level 5, and that is not going to happen. The Snipe City is a little late to the call, and Varus is going to safely recall back to base.
A bit of trading in mid lane. Back coming through for Lobos, and everything goes right in the world, at least for the moment, for UCI. They're going to get this Scuttle Crab for Duong Pro. Maybe look to pressure that with those backs coming through. Maybe the Dragon comes up. But you got Rift Herald already started and taken by Iconic on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Wallflower really said, okay, we're not going for the dragon this time around. We're going to rotate to the top lane since we were close there trying to help our friend PCL. So they're going to trade a Herald for a Drake while Duong Pro is doing it with the Ezreal. Oh, but Get Back is not interested in any of it.
And Iconic was right here with a couple shots. Charm goes wide. Xiao Danny will still die. Even with the power unleashed, Iconic will survive. Pings come out to defend the turret from UCI, but Maryville have already struck. They were ahead of the ball. They had the Rift Herald play, meaning Duong Pro felt forced to do the Dragon. Then you had Iconic doing some of the jungle camps in terms of invading, and a gank goes off in mid.
It's very nice how Maryville looks to be a little behind in regards to reconvening and rejoining with the team, but now it's looking so good for them. They said, okay, that was just a miscommunication. It's not going to happen once again. This is playoffs after all.
Yeah, this is grand finals we're fighting for. Got to have some good performances here to close it out. We'll get the TP from Get Back into mid lane. The poke game coming on strong, but guess who's coming here? Gorka is the poke. They just got to kill Gorka. They will get the kill onto that one. It will be over to Lobos. He will give his life over to Duong Pro, though. That's another kill for the Wukong 2-0, as it is a response, but I would say Lobos will take that kill.
Yes, absolutely. Since you're 2-2 now, it's definitely better than being 1-2. But at the end of the day, oh wait, there was a flash forward there. I heard a flash on it.
Oh, Leda going right back in here with a little bit of aggression himself, trying to get a little bit of back off. PCL having pretty good control up there. Biggest point of pressure for me right now is the fact that Iconic has Rift Herald, also has a 20 CS lead in the jungle, has the Umbral Glaive as well, with the Everfrost Spike coming through for Get Back. There's a lot of power on the map for Maryville right now.
Yes, yes, definitely there is. And we see Get Back looking for those 1v1s every time there is a possibility for a charm to land. So this mid lane is nothing but exciting. And in the other side of the map though, it looks like maybe Wallflower is looking for a dive. Oh, they canceled the recall and maybe they're going to do it now that the wave has been pushed.
Oh, that's easy. Into the line, into the tower. Elated, just struggling, gasping for air. And PCL says, nah. You're not getting out of this time around. And Rift Herald possibly used here to go ahead and just take first tower with all 5 plates, where PCL was maybe the only one struggling on the map for Maryville. He just got a boatload of gold delivered to his front doorstep and a death delivered to Xiao Danny's doorstep in mid lane.
Yeah, Get Back, look at that. Nice little help from our friend Zyker from in the bot lane. They left the poor Lobos alone though.
Traditional
and
ADC story.
Of the University of California though.
He's got the, oh, max range. Banditas. Light Pulse is always hitting those, but he might not have wanted to hit that one. He hits another into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. That means his death. PCL makes it out alive, but so does Duong Pro.
Yeah, it was very
close.
close.
Gorka, you're playing way too far up. That's unfortunate. That's what that is, Soph.
Well, for Maryville, that is absolutely thrilling. We have 4 and 2 on the hands of this Varus. 300 gold bounty now. And
don't die,
Duong
Pro. Don't die!
Oh no! No, I can't believe they didn't know that was vision.
And the whole time, Iconic was doing his red buff. No.
Oh my god.
So
wait, hold on. There was no vision. That was blind.
Yeah. Yep. Just knew the green was
damn.
gonna be there, and now Duong Pro comes back to life, but has no camps up on the map to go to, except for his his Gromp. He has his Gromp. All right.
Yeah, at least a Gromp. But I mean, he was already there when he died, so I mean,
he doesn't want to go back to that nightmare.
Coming from it, definitely not.
As you see, very much so going to the opposite side of the map from the Gromp. We'll see the transition mid for the bot laners, though. We'll get the mid laners out to the side lanes. And Elated still trying to take a 1v1 in preparation of Duong Pro, finding PCL in the alcove here. It's a 2v1, but getting a little bit close. PCL's pretty strong with all the healing. Zyko's coming in to support, but it's not enough just yet. Maybe a return kill in the works, but here comes Light Pulse as well. I can find that toss that time. So PCL goes down. Nice little bit of gold given back.
I am thoroughly impressed with all the bindings that this
Right?
Amumu on the hands of Light Pulse has been hitting, because all of them on the bot lane seem to be max range, and I had no idea they were going to hit, but they managed to do it at the end, and that's working. That was working really well, at least a couple of times, even though unfortunately for our dear Ezreal, Gorica, they're still 1, 3, and 2. And they are going to have to swap lanes now. Get Back is there, and you're not going to want to lane in Ari 2-0-2.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time for sure. Maryville also picking up a couple little plates to get back anyone at the last second there. They got 5 in the top lane, 1 in the mid lane as well. And that's a lot of extra gold, as you can see, determining that 5k gold advantage. Oh, he arcade shifted into the Chains of Corruption. I don't think that was a predict from Lobos, but man, that feels bad.
Man, I think it was a predict, because Ezreal was literally in front of him. It was such a predict. Oh, that was amazing.
That's actually insane. And
really
unfortunate for Gorka, because now they just pressure around the map. They've gotten the side lane pressure now as well, having Get Back get a tower.
Yeah, and one thing we mentioned, Mazel, is how we thought that University of California had the upper hand in the early game, had the early aggression. Oh, top lane, they're going to PCL once again, a 2v2 flash over the wall.
He finds himself in this position so many times.
Right?
But now he gets himself out yet again, like so many other times. The Rift Herald going down over to Iconic as well. So almost full control here. Curse of the Sad Mummy into the True Shot Barrage. Big combos coming out from UCI as they want some payback here. And that's a quick double kill given over to Duong Pro, who gets shut down immediately by Get Back. Lobos is on a rampage now, trying to be. Gorka gets killed on a PCL. They clean up Elated. It is chaos across the fighting, but actually an advantageous fight for UCI.
Yeah, that's really nice from them, because they were really noticing how they were falling behind, and they needed to go for those engages like they had on PCL. And as soon, I thought it was so well communicated, because when I saw Light Post going in, I thought it was a little blind, but then the team was right there. They arrived super fast. I didn't think they were going to, but then the rest of the team was there. It was Wukong, Azrael as well, and that really helped. Unfortunately, at this point, the only kills were for Duong Pro, and if you only have the money into the hands of one player, it's going to be a little hard for the rest of the team to scale, especially the Azrael, especially the Syndra as well, now sitting on 0-3-2 against the 402 500 gold bounty, Ari.
The only caveat I'll give is if you know Duong Pro, then I would say the opposite, because Duong Pro finds ways to carry in ways I would not think that is possible, right? And especially when you find him on comfort, aggressive champions where he has a little bit of a gold lead, he'll find those ways in because he has a really good mental about how to attack team fights, right? But that is about execution, and at this point with the control that Maryville have, I don't know if that's going to happen at this, but it's an interesting attempt, and I think it's something that UCI are going to have to try to do if they want to pull out of this gold deficit they've gotten themselves into only 17 minutes in.
Yeah, we're coming down to around 6k gold, and University of California really falling behind. And I totally agree with you that they're gonna have to try to rely on Duong Pro to get those team fights ready in regards to Drakes, in regards to other objectives that might come up in the near future, because they don't really have much, but I really want to see those kills being rotated through the other players as well, because it's now the way that Maryville is ahead. You can't have just one person on your team strong.
Yeah, and at this point, especially the way that their team composition kind of belies the team fighting aspect of it, where we were talking about in draft, they do have a pretty strong team fight if you can get damage on a single target, right? But if you're this far ahead, that target doesn't necessarily die. And especially now that you're seeing so much sustain, it feels like come out from Maryville, they're going to have a lot more control. And especially when team fights are coming up around these next dragons that are going to start growing in importance, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But catch-outs like we saw where communication is obviously there. Light Pulse is going in way early because he knows Gorka's shooting a true shot barrage across the map. Those little moments are huge.
Yes, they definitely are. And I think that since we have a Hex Tech Soul that is going to arrive at some point in the game, we have the Hex Gates already on the map. I think it's going to be really nice for UCI, because they need to get at least those outer turrets down, get the objective bounties, because that's going to be huge to help them get back into the game. And then they can have good team fights like maybe this one. Okay, just a little scare there, nothing much.
We do have Dragon spawning in a little tiny bit here, and Maryville already know that, trying to move down here. It looks like UCI want to try to pull a play towards the top side, get that pushing a little bit more, maybe try to take this bounty down in the outer tower, give this second Dragon over to Maryville, since they did take one themselves, delaying some of that Dragon stacking.
Yes, definitely. Well, judging by Duong's positioning on the other side of the map, I don't believe they're going to try to contest this one.
Nothing to go for,
and
though.
To be fair,
there's no camps.
Yeah, that's really sad. Oh, and a TP to deny the push as well. That's very unfortunate for Xiao Danny. But, well, they have the backup, though. They're going to get back.
Get back's 4-0 with the Rabadons completed. I don't think you want this UCI, but a little bit of extra poke damage. You see they immediately pull away. Like, we gotta get back. MU is swarming right now. The Hex Gate comes in clutch for Xiao Danny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Hex Gates really are going to help UCI in this one.
They're still chasing.
Yeah, they are. Zyko is not tired at all. They're going to keep on running.
My goodness. Oh my god, he flashes for it. They know what they found. They have some fish running away from them in the river, but they can't find them once they get onto land, I guess. They grew legs. And now with a lot of at least presence in the top side of the map for Maryville University, I feel like they didn't really accomplish what they came for, but the oppression is definitely there.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to at least have effects in the mental of the enemy team, right? And later, though, in the bot lane, will probably guarantee that first objective bounty.
There was there's 3 little Pokemon there.
What do you mean?
Spectator bugs. There was like the the green guy. You know, there's like the new Pokemon in the
The little
season.
pets.
Yeah, the little pets. There was 3 of them for some reason there at the
Oh
chicken
damn!
coop.
Where?
It was
Oh
great.
yeah.
Good time.
But
But
I
it
think
was
I saw it.
just a visual glitch. It was a visual but Maryville still cleaning up their side of the map. Actually, not really. A lot of camps spawning, and they're immediately transitioning to the bot side. Maybe try to press that one out. But looks like PCL is the target of UCI once again.
Yeah, they look to be going for the top laner at any cost.
Oh my goodness, they're bringing everything.
Oh
They
no!
can get out of this one. A lot of healing here, but it's not enough. It's a 3v1. You'd expect that to
That's a
go.
true shot.
PCL going down. Yeah, just a little extra help from Gorica. And the question is, what does Maryville accomplish during this? It doesn't look like too much. Maybe a little bit of pressure on bottom side. Actually, they'll get the tier 2 tower in the mid lane as well. So a little bit of time spent from UCI, but a lot gained from Maryville.
Yeah, that's really nice from them.
Oh,
But
Zyko.
Zyko though is gonna get exploded so quickly. At the same time, we have the flash.
That was
to dodge,
almost
but
a
it doesn't connect.
really good play.
Oh,
He almost, got the Curse of Sad Mummy. He got a lot of damage here. Elated just gets
Wow.
blown up from the combo of Lobos and get back. But here comes Duan Pro.
Hey.
He's the one that has all the gold, and he's the one that's possible to get the carry performance here. He's 6'2". He's now got his second item completed. Knockback comes through on to get back. Doesn't have much out here. Power Unleashed, it's not enough. The execute's not there. Gorica flashes, gets the kill. The shutdowns are raining right now for UCI, and their gold lead deficit at least has diminished.
yeah, on around 2k gold just because of that one objective bounty in the bottom, the 2 shutdowns right now, and into great hands because Gorica was one of the ones to get it, the other one for Duong Pro. And as you said, I totally trust you on your judgment if this jungler can do a lot, and they did because they went for the shutdown and it worked really, really well. Though Maryville is starting a Baron so quickly.
Maryville likes control, and what will give you control on the map? It will be Baron. They're trying to force the hand. We had backs being completed, but it looks like Maryville not super confident in taking that one out. Duan Pro is nowhere nearby, but the vision game not working out in Maryville's favor here.
Yeah, not yet. And the more the time goes on, UCI has more camps, more waves, more minions to farm, and that's just going to help them even more. They're all sitting on at least 2 finished items, so they're not falling that far behind. And unfortunately, for Get Back, their little Dark Seal has been reset, now down to 0, and that's not going to be great for Maryville's most and biggest amount of damage in their team, but Vera's still looking really nice. Lobos still very competitive in farming, just a little behind in regards to Gorica.
So, oh my god. See, look
Look at
they're
them!
all there
I see,
together.
I see,
They're
I see,
everywhere! Oh my god! They multiplied like bunnies. And really quick, Soph, just do you love our new League of Legends, the League of Ravenous Hydra? Isn't it a wonderful
Oh
world
my
now?
god, yeah.
Isn't it great?
yeah.
Everybody just builds Ravenous Hydra because it works.
It does. And on ADCs as well, like sometimes even first item, that is something that we haven't seen in a couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit strong in the moment, and being capitalized on by a majority of members in this 10-man roster. But love the pickups from UCI, especially because that's going to force a lot of heal reduction to come out from Maryville. But Maryville got themselves on a bit of a dragon fight here, trying to figure out the flank, trying to figure out where Elated is. But here comes Light Pulse into the back on Iconic, who just is down. That single target damage we were talking about is huge. Spirit Rush over the wall, and guess who else is down? Get Back. It's a 3v4, and PCL's getting picked out. That single target damage, so it's coming alive, and a triple kill for the carry of UCI. Lobos and Zyko, they find themselves on the wrong side of the rift, and that'll be an ace coming out for the Anteaters.
UCI coming in clutch, especially with a triple go for Gorica, almost close to getting a penta. To be fair, they were trying to aim for it, but their teammates, they said, okay, we're not gonna give them any chance to try to escape. It's okay, you already got a triple kill, be satisfied with it, we're gonna get the others for you, and that's going to be massive for them. Now shrinking that deficit into only a little more than 1k for Maryville on the lead. And that's going to be amazing for UCI since they were so far behind. I think they were at one point behind on 6k gold, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. And what a comeback right now from UCI, utilizing the strengths of their composition. We called it from the draft, right? It was about the single target access to the team comp. Lightpulse finding these big engages, and the damage follows. And speaking of, guess who's caught out yet again? It's Iconic. He's tanking up a storm, though, and here comes the rest of Maryville. Do they have what it takes to round this fight out? Lightpulse goes golden. UCI elated on the side, gets Lobos. Lobos, this is not a fight you can take. He's just down, even with the Ravenous Hydra. The ADC for Maryville bites the dust, and now UCI can feel confident moving forward.
Oh my god, but the ulti on elated there to try and dodge the last Q from Lobos was so well timed, amazing, and certifying that the kill was going to be theirs. And now UCI has the means to push for this one. Oh, you're a little too confident on this one, Gorica.
Already has to burn the flash there. A little bit too much confidence overflowing, but 3.5 items will do that for an Ezreal. 5 minutes on that flash, though. That'll have to be revisited. Here comes True Shot Barrage to try to get a little bit of pick outs here, but Get Back finding the pick out himself, and 900 gold straight to Get Back as he also dies to the Power Unleashed. And Shout Danny's execute button starting to come online here.
Oh, it definitely is. And oh my god, once again, we saw Gorica going for the blink forward, and that's going to be a little too dangerous.
Really have the damage here, Maryville.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you want to fight it, fight it. Why not burger flip it? I like a good burger. So Lobos tries to get the Chains of Corruptions on the side, but can't find the connection there. They'll pull off the Baron. It's just a bit of a bait. Try to get the team out of there.
Yeah, to be fair, I think they were truly committing to it, but as you said, they just didn't have the damage. They were expecting to have so much more, but especially since you don't have your Ari with the true damage, that's going to be something that you're gonna miss during the fight. We're probably close around 2 minutes for the next Drake, I believe. And this is going to be a very important one. This is definitely something that both teams are going to try to fight for. And finally, for UCA, they have the means to fight for it. They're gonna go for the Drake bait, and they're gonna try to get the third buff for themselves, because getting to potential, so it's something that you want to go for.
And it also just gives you a lot of control around the map, a lot of say in what to do. And I would honestly say right now that UCI have a big chance of putting up a fight. Right? They just got the Trinity Force with the GA now for Elated. They have a lot of damage potential, potentially working on 4 items now for Gorica, and I think their composition as a team fight whole is coming online. It's just, for them, it's a lot more about the bar of execution in that team composition and how they can pick off Maryville.
And to be fair, the picks have been so on point that I think they can definitely manage that in a lovely way for themselves. And I think the thing that has to be very, very good, though, is Gorica, because they have so much damage right now. They can have so much TPS, but they cannot be overconfident. You gotta just be a nice little Ezreal from a distance and not blink into Wildflower, PCL, and all of that.
And we're also looking at a vast difference in, priority of shot calling here. UCI, Lightpulse has been on aces with the bandage shots. It is always their primary source of engage. And it's been working out really well for them. When you look at Maryville, they don't really have that. I mean, you're going to have PCL with a flank, but you need somebody to go in before that. Who are you going to have? Get back, you Spirit Rush in. That's your engage. So I think there's a lot of difficulties in terms of how Maryville approach these fights when you have a character on the playing field like Lightpulse on the Amumu.
Yeah, absolutely. UCI has the upper hand on 5v5s, and whereas Get Back has the potential
he does it!
to get the pick off, though! Oh my god.
Hey, if it works, it works. So And apparently it works as Gorica gets caught out as well. No, PCL gets baited in. Will be taken down by the Hextech Ultimatum, elated on a killing spree, but now he finds himself way overexposed. Gets over the wall with the hook shot, and Maryville feeling confident after that one. They will nab another dragon unless Duon Pro says something about it here. Double knock up for the Cyclone. Immediately backs out with the clone. Maryville onto the dragon.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a dragon from Maryville unless we see Duong. There's not even enough time to try to go there. Do get invisible, send the clone in, and try to steal because they are dealing a lot of damage already, Maryville. As much as we saw UCI doing the same damage themselves, it was what I was going to say. If you get the Ari in a good position for a pick-off, it's gonna be done. And especially going on Xiao Danny, that is going to be massive. Taking down the enemy mid laner, it's just so much, especially with an execute on the hands of a Syndra. You have so much that can be done when you're trying to take out PCL a little tankier in the side of Maryville. So you can't afford to lose Xiao Danny like that. Really, UCI have to be more careful on those.
Yeah, for sure. It's just they had to have been, contemplating the same questions, right, as us on the broadcast at some point before this, like going into this game. How do we find engage? Well, get back. You got to get in there, and there he is. Finds the right moment. Can do that against Gorica and Xiao Danny. Those would be the big targets, and that's what Maryville's looking for. But now it's UCI back on the front foot here. They've got Vision Game coming out here towards the Maryville side. A little bit of poke, a little bit of damage onto Gorica. He can't get baited too far in as Maryville.
Please don't blink forward like that. Come on. you just have Syndra with you. Come on. She can't protect you that much. If they dodge the stun, you're pretty much dead.
So it's funny, Gorica has always been very aggressive out of the bot lane. He started with Western University back in 2018, was on Golden Guardians Academy, much like, Iconic being on Golden Guardians for LCS on the other squad. But went and spent a lot of time in Amateur and bounced around a couple teams, showed out really good on TSM Amateur, had some great performances on the teams that he was on in terms of his aggressive playstyle and his carry performances. And now, with that carry performance I was talking about earlier for Duong Pro, we've seen that in his past, mostly with UCI. Gorica, an outside influence coming in here, also needs to put the carry pants on.
Yeah. And unfortunately, differently from Duong Pro, you are not a Wukong. You gotta be a little more careful, at least 1v2 on this one. The nice stun on Wallflower is gonna... Oh, get back, Doric. Get back is looking as aggressive as Gorica, hasn't he?
They're trying to catch out PCL here. A lot of pings going on mid lane for UCI, but you saw Maryville was much positioned towards the top side of the map. Got side lane pressure from Xiao Danny now, but 3 members from UCI push him mid. Oh my goodness! Light Pulse, I don't know if you wanted that. That's a lot of shotgun damage right back. And Gorica trying to pepper in as much as he can.
I think sometimes even Light Pulse doesn't think that the max range is going to hit.
They immediately go, away.
Oh no. Oh
no. We've said that so many times because it's like, because he walks away, and so the animation gets elongated. But here comes University of California's attempt at the Baron.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage, melting this really quickly. There's not even enough time for Maryville to contest. And the UCI gets this one for free.
The damage is starting to rack up here for UCI. I think the composition, these late game team fights are going to be even more difficult for Maryville to pick off and find out, because the just damage profile will be so diverse from UCI.
Yeah, and having a Baron buff right now, like something that we saw that they might be struggling a little bit is trying to push the lanes and get the pressure on the turrets. They're going to have a lot of help now. Oh, okay, they got spotted, so that's nice.
That's a little bit dicey! My God. Maryville having a really tough fight here, but Iconic trying to stack up, trying to get some damage down onto Gorica. TP's coming in on the back, but Iconic's already just gone. It's a 2v4 right now, and it's not going Maryville's way. They took Baron, they took the fight. TP comes out, but it's not enough. Get back. He does make it out. The flash curse is not enough. Luckily, one member from Maryville get out, but a huge turnaround, and now a big gold lead and advantage of University of California Irvine, who were losing this entire 35 minutes.
Oh my god, I appreciate that attempt from Lightfall so freaking much. Oh, that would have been amazing. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. But one thing I really wanted to highlight as well is how elated, as soon as Gorica got into the golden state, they were in front of them to deny the charm coming from Get Back on their ADC. So I really respect that. You're a tank here. You're Camille. You definitely, especially with the Guardian Angel, you definitely are in a much easier spot to survive than your fellow Ezreal. Now with an equalizer, third Drake for both teams, we're on double slow points. I am loving what University of California has bring to this late game.
Yeah, I just want to zoom out and just say this is a banger of a start for our grand finals. This is just the best of 3, but we're already getting all the intensity you could ever ask for. 36.5 minutes in, we had all the gold lead given away, 6+ K gold in favor of Maryville University, now gold lead in favor of UCI. Fights left and right. Maryville looked to have control, and then you had the pickouts that were going clutch for UCI, and now we find ourselves where UCI are in pretty much complete control of the map.
Yes, they are, especially with the Baron buff. They're going to be able to push the lane so much faster. And they're looking for the last standing mid turret here. The top lane is going to be cleaned up, even if it's just by the big buffed cannon.
Hey, it whittles it down eventually. And you also have all the poke that really Maryville can't step up to.
Yeah, they cannot. And using as well the W from Ezreal, you're going to take turrets so much quicker. Look at Gorica though. They don't even care about blinking forward. They don't even have a flash in their blinking forward. I mean, at this point, I think they can afford the overconfidence. They have the Guardian Angel as well, the Syndra, the Amumu, and this base is looking a little too red for Maryville's taste.
Yeah, it's a little too rare, if you will, but we're starting to see if stacked items will help out a little bit. Full stacks on Iconic. He has all items. We also have full build for Gorica on the other side of the table. So it's still a lot of strength on both sides, but it's been the ebb and flow and the give and take of some of these little fights and the skirmishes that follow. I'll see one of those skirmishes unfold. A lot of GAs on the board, a lot of Ravenous Hydras, and you'll just keep seeing those as this rolls on.
Yeah, it's the beauty of preseason, isn't it? We're gonna have so many different things, and at the end of the day, they're all going to be the same because everyone will use the same items in the top lane, in the jungle, in the bot lane. Oh, unfortunately for Get Back there, the charm goes wide on Duong Pro. But I'm happy to see the University of California didn't overextend their push here. They know that the Baron buff is down. They can't really take any opportunity for Maryville to capitalize on them. So it's better just to wait for the soul point coming up. It's going to be so much damage for whoever gets it. So it's definitely more important to prioritize that than being a little cocky into sieging.
Yeah, and you're trying to save up some gold on Maryville's side. Get ready for that dragon fight, and then if you survive that, if you take that, right, that's a big turning point. But then you also have to start thinking about Elder Dragon. Are they able to even survive till Elder Dragon? And I have to look to Maryville to set up preemptively around this dragon. We're still way far out, but we need to see vision down. You need to see presence around that dragon pit, pushing side lanes as well, because if they're not, the team fight, the single target damage we've already seen is in favor of UCI.
Oh yeah. And look at Ezreal though. He's on 7, 5, and 11. That is as much as assists as Zyko has on the side of Maryville. So that's going to add up so well to the 7 kills that he's got compared to Lobo's 7 as well. So right now, I need to see a pick off onto the Ezreal, onto Gorica, onto Xiao Denny. Because if that doesn't happen, the potential for 5v5s on the side of UCI is too devastating.
And something we talked about in the draft as well going into the game was like the mobility for Maryville University. But I think something that's working out really well for UCI is their mobility, right? We've seen so many times where Maryville seemingly find a pick onto somebody. They're feeling confident, but you see the swarm coming down from UCI and you can't really do anything about it. And we saw that for Maryville earlier on in the game when they had a lot of control. But now that UCI are ahead, look how confident they are.
Yeah, and they're melting this Baron so quickly as well. I believe below 50% already. Wallflower has arrived though.
Just a bait into a fight. Light Pulse gets a big curse. Big True Shot Barrage across the bow as well. And UCI, they're burning them down here in game number 1. The pickup's coming back though. Get back trying to weave the fights. Gorica still has a lot of damage to give though. And Duon Pro and Layden and Gorica could be here to finish the fight. A lot back to get back, but a triple kill comes out for the UCI ADC.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. To be fair, we have mentioned how Gorica has been super aggressive, but the main point... Oh, no, Wildflower, you're trying to be sneaky on that one.
Yeah, that's not who you want to have face check you there. That's a very tanky Camille and iconic. Not able to get much there in the end. Actually, might survive a little bit longer. The smoke screen kind of huge going over to the last cone. Can he dodge out from Gorica? And he does.
Yeah, maybe that far up.
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
he wants
a little bit out of range.
The smoke screen again. He's gonna go over the wall. Here we go. A little bit of damage back. Mystic shots. He's trying to tank. He's going over. And a TP from Elated will make sure nothing happens. This is Soul for UCI and potentially the game.
Yeah, potentially the game, absolutely, because they have the damage for it, especially.
Oh, that was the game, apparently.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Oh no, the game is over. We're back.
What happened? Did they surrender? Was that it?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're back in it. Oh, we're on Baron now. All right,
okay,
so we got Baron going on, and it will just go over to UCI, who after a quick back will be back onto the map and potentially looking to finish out this game.
Yeah, and they have everything to do right now. They just can't have them being picked off by Get Back. And at this point, with the amount of health that you have on Duon Pro, on Elated, on especially Light Pulse, you're just gonna have Gorica and Zhao Denny shine so much on those team fights. They don't know there is a pink wood in this bush here, but they are surely looking for a skirmish, even if the enemy is not aware of it.
They'll try to find something because at this point it's all they can really look for. They don't have an advantage in any way, shape, or form. They're down in the hole against UCI, who now has Soul and Baron up. And right at this point, just kind of looking to push these side lanes. I would like to see UCI utilize this advantage a little bit more efficiently. But the Berryvilles, their decision is just group up Turtle and see what we find.
Yeah, I'm not mad that they decided to go for bot
Lobos.
lane.
Okay. He's by himself. It scared me, but you know.
Yeah, especially with Duon Bro coming around her.
So a little bit of pushing down here in the bottom lane. Lobos still backing. Will get the back off just in time. Related was coming down here, but they got Baron buff minions still pushing down, trying to siege the tower down with all the poke that Gorica gets.
Yeah, they're trying to get the damage there on the Mystic shots, but they haven't been able to do so. They're cleaning the wave so
Oh, he just tanks it.
Yeah, he just tanks it. There we go.
That's open inhib, open as well in the mid lane. They'll be taking 2 inhib towers, 2 inhibs themselves, looking to push for the game end here, where UCI come out in game number 1 with a shaky start, but find a way to dominate these picks and dominate these fights. They're going to do it one more time. Maryville don't even got a chance. They are singly filing down the win. Maryville's members are all gone. Only Zyko is left. He's running away with the Hex Gates. He knows that Arcane is too powerful, but UCI come out swinging in these grand finals, 1-0 up.
1-0 up. Would you look at that? I believe that we had a little bit of a discrepancy in regards to our predictions, Ali, because
a little bit.
I was sure that I had said to our production that I was rooting for UCI. So Yes, I am very happy with this victory. I loved their composition, and even though I was scared a little bit of time because they were maybe too aggressive, maybe a little too overconfident, but at the end of the day, they had such great communication that they were able to do that very safely.
They were, and we get to see some of this here. It's just incredible what they were able to accomplish in some of these team fights, and being able to kind of pick apart Maryville's composition in a way that, benefited their composition really well. They made it through that early game. It was a little bit rough. They were losing plates. They were losing a lot of ground in the early game, but that first dragon take, right? Delaying that an extra 5 minutes, pushing that, getting the soul, and just pushing the limits of Maryville University. It was an incredible testament to UCI's growth over the season, and striking 1-0 up against Maryville University is no slouching task, right? You have to try for that, and they did, and incredible stuff. We'll go ahead and send it to a short little break here while we get ready for game number 2, but we'll be right back.
playing from C-Mac, but it just might be a little too late. Q-Tippy doing everything that he can to hold this hill and contend. Combat's gonna shut down C-Mac on that flank. SJ through the staircase, lines up two. Nicole State not done just yet. Cash, but here comes Combat. A double kill for St. Edwards, mounts them back into the hill. C-Mac fighting for his life.
Sure, like Lucas can, absorb some of Mega Man stuff, but like we have pallets, which are really annoying. Palutena might have a little bit of issue, but I thought we were going to see potentially GamerDog otherwise, but we're seeing GamerDog crushed a 0 to death.
Your way up long, and unfortunately they've been caught. They've been caught off guard, which is a really unfortunate thing. Rotations are already in. At Northeastern, I don't imagine a world. He's farming! There's a way they get more than this. Ben, yay.
There it is. Gonna activate it early, but the caught in a gravitic flux.
Wow, Putter even gets paid on the upswing for that. Already so low, just simply bringing them into the air, able to take them out. And now Magician unleashed, finding a flurry of kills for Oregon.
Then pays for that one with their temporary car lives. Back now, full BPC squad up and ready to go. Krim's trying to walk the dog along the middle, not going to happen so easily. Puts it back on the leash right here, and BPC once again into the offensive. That's a perfect corner right there.
For West Virginia, but they'll take it. They'll be fine with it. So all onto this jet to stop things. DiDorocco needs to step up.
Oh, agility! The wall bangs, the reads, not even opportunity for them to come back. This is it. This is excellence in gaming agility right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Star League Open Premier League of Legends Grand Finals. And we have here our NACE Star League weekly schedule. As you saw on, as you can see, tomorrow, Monday, or I believe maybe 2 days from now, it will be at least Wednesday, rather. I'm so sorry, I meant Wednesday. Valorant is going to be taking the stage here. We got Super Smash Bros. Rainbow Six coming out on Thursday. Counter-Strike Global Offensive on Friday, and then got back-to-back grand finals on Saturday and Sunday here. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Soph-Chan, and we had a heck of a game number 1 from UCI, and definitely making us think here, Soph.
Oh yes, and making sure to show why both teams was 7-0 in the series in the tournament. Rather, and I was rooting for UCI, so I'm biased, so I'm very happy about it.
No bias.
No bias, but I have to say, I really enjoyed the performance overall from both teams. But one thing that you mentioned, Mazel, that I totally agree, is how Maryville, when they were a little bit ahead, they were still managing well. But the moment things started to fall a little back, they became very disorganized. They became a little hectic in how they were approaching the gameplay. And I think in regards to UCI, who started in a bad shape, I can say, they came back so much stronger. It looks like even when they were behind, they still had such great communication and cohesion in their playstyle that when the things started just rolling together, when you had Syndra going online, when you had Ezreal going online, getting the second item completed, that point on, the team fights were happening and they were working because the fundamentals of the 5v5 were there.
Yeah, and that's where I think, at least in this matchup in specific, the singular power points for UCI are stronger. But Maryville's team sense, I guess, feels like it should be stronger because Duong Pro and Gorka can literally single carry games if they want to, right? If they get a little bit of a lead, you got to see some of those performances, little bits of it in that last game. But whereas Maryville as a whole, if they have a lead, that they are so oppressive as a team. And I think this is something Maryville's going to have to try to tackle going into game 2. yes, you can levy some bans towards these two, but you're not going to ban away their pulls. Yes, you can ban away Duo Pros, Lee Sin. You can take away the Wukong if you want. That was a little bit oppressive. The Ezreal is like a low tier ban right now for League of Legends as a whole. It feels like, but maybe even in this situation, you might just have to pull that ban.
Yeah, I think what I saw from UCI in this game is that they were great as a team, as players. So I exactly just said myself, like, there's no taking all the pool out of a player. There's still going to be champions on the board that can work well, that they can turn into a nice composition. And if they go again for a composition that aims for mid-game, late game, and actually team fighting instead of those pickoffs, I think it's going to work super well because it just did. For example, we saw that a Mumu being godlike on those bandages in some situations where you would not expect that they would hit. So sometimes they started off with something that you're like, wait, why are they going so deep? And then all of a sudden, True Shot Barrage, the rest of the team joins in, Duong Pro, and it just feels like they were such a good team playing together. And Maryville, now that they know that this has happened, they really got to step up to the same level, because we know that they have it. They haven't been 7-0 because they're not. They're not on grand finals because they're not. So I want to see that coming from Berryville on this one, so we can try to see a game 3, so we can try to see a reverse sweep or something to similar. So I think overall that's what I'm thinking in regards to this next game. But what about you, Mazel?
Well, I just want to put a little bit of a spotlight on Light Pulse himself before we get into the picks and bans here, because Light Pulse has always been really aggressive. I already talked about that, but I think he matches so well with Gorica, and you could see in the laning phase they were really, really giving Lobos and Zyko a run for their money. So now we're getting into game 2. We are still on same side as Maryville on blue side. This time they take the Syndra in the mid lane. They'll get the Renata and the Xayah in bot lane, Viego for Iconic in jungle, whereas UCI, they take the Ahri from Maryville, they get the Wukong from last game, they get side lane pressure in the Fiora, and the Rakan steal, or I guess take back from the Xayah duo there, and the Kai'Sa on top of that, matched with a ton of CC. I think UCI's got a very strong composition this time around.
Oh yeah, me too. And it's so funny to see that the mid lane matchup has reversed itself. We, as you said, we have Syndra on the blue side now and Ahri on the hands of UCI. So I'm interested to see how they're going to play off of that, because we saw that last time Maryville was relying on the Ahri to get pickoffs, and maybe this time around we're going to have an Ahri because of what? Yes.
Just doing count. I didn't realize we have literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bans out of 10 that are ADC bans, because that misban is Misfortune. My gosh.
Yeah,
that's actually insane. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Just doing the math in my head, like, no way. This is actually incredible.
Right? And including the Ezreal as well, that we were kind of unsure if it was going to come up in regards to bans. And there we have it. Are you considering Graves as well? Because, I mean, he's a marksman.
I guess you can technically go with it. Why not?
Like,
I used to play some Graves bot lane back in the day.
Yeah,
you know?
right, back in the day. Yeah, before the rework and all of that. But, yeah. So, I was saying that I'm interested to see what Ahri is going to do in the hands of University of California right now. Because since they had such a clean gameplay in regards to team fighting, are they going to have a different approach to the Ahri, or are they going to use the Ahri in a different style, which might be a little more oriented to picking off? For example, you have the Fiora now, so you have very good potential for split pushing and all of that. So I think there's plenty that can come to the table in regards to this composition. It can be very versatile.
Well, and I want to go back to a little bit of game number 1, where Graves for Iconic on Maryville's side was very influential in the early game, right? Being very aggressive, fighting back some of the aggression that Duong Pro was giving, finding those really good, jungle pathing around the map. It did lead to Duong Pro getting a little bit of a lead, right? And I think that springboarded Duong Pro on the Wukong pick forward in that last game. Now, if you deny some of those kills going over Duong Pro, does that change that vision? I guess we'll find out for Maryville as their Viego choice here is still in that skirmishing potential, still in that aggressive potential, and Iconic's going to have to play it like that.
Yeah, and we have once again the Aatrox in the top lane for Maryville. I don't think it wasn't working well. I think it was working well, but unfortunately for them, the team fight potential and the engages from the Amumu were just so oppressive every single time that we saw them being chased down multiple times in the game. And unfortunately for Maryville, he ended up on flashes and TPs being wasted because of that, trying to keep up the farm coming back to lane. And maybe we're gonna have very different potential for Maryville in regards to team fights because of the Renata, because of the Viego. I think they can bring a lot more. And if you think, for example, about the Aatrox, now he's gonna have a possibility of going in, almost dying, and then resurrecting. So I think that can work really well. You can also think of that with Viego too, since he has to be very close, has to go in on the back lines. So if you have the ability from Renata on them, that can work super well. Or maybe Maryville is just going to prioritize the Xayah and try to protect her, peel off for the tornadoes, the charms, the knockups from Rakan and all of that. So I think there's much that can happen here, and I agree with you. It's going to rely on what happens in the early game. If Duong Pro is going to get an advantage in regards to kills, so there's much that can happen. But we're only going to know when we get into the second game of this best of 3.
And something else that we were talking a little bit about last game was the lack of engage for Maryville University in their composition, where it was like really just the Ahri, maybe a little bit of a flank from the Aatrox. This time around, that's not the problem, right? Renata able to peel and engage if you want to. The Scout of the Week is also a big engage tool. You have a little bit more safety in those engages as well, more so than you had in your composition last time. But UCI seemingly kind of picked the style of composition that Maryville wanted last time, but they didn't make the mistake of not grabbing engage, right? Like you have the Rakan here, and you have a lot of potential for Light Pulse to play that aggressive stance that, you know, I've said multiple times he naturally floats to.
Yeah, absolutely. I am foreseeing such great engages with Rakan. So, do you remember, just doing some crazy talk here, do you remember when Rakan wasn't nerfed and you could go from such a big distance into getting the knock-up and then the ulti as well? I know that is not a thing anymore, but when I think of Light Pulse, I think of those types of engagements.
True. I definitely, some Rakan mains are gonna miss those days, but
right.
Hey, good times had for all Rakan days. And in this one, I think you're gonna need a lot more of the style of play that we got from them last time. The Kai'Sa is gonna be huge in the bot lane, but that 2v2 in the bottom lane is going to determine a lot of the pacing of the game. We saw Duong Pro visit down there early. We said that duo of the carry potential between Duong Pro and Gorica as the 2 for UCI is huge, is up there. And I think bottom lane would do wonders for UCI to focus, but how do Maryville kind of play into that?
Yeah, and I think I just thought of something. I was going to mention the versatility of Kai'Sa in regards to building the items, and then I remembered the Ravenous Hydra that we saw. Well, I remember
you're gonna do it again. It's gonna happen again. It's literally
going to
gonna
happen again, isn't it? It's going to be a Kai'Sa Ravenous Hydra, and I mean, she could even pull that off with some mixed AP as well. Like I don't even doubt that is a possibility.
I could see it. I think a little bit more damage focus in terms of like how they can spread their damage profile could be good, but again, if you're getting ahead as the Kai'Sa, if Gorica's got any kind of gold to speak of, you're going to go straight into AD and you're going to take games as a whole on the Kai'Sa pick. So that's some of what, kind of harkening back to what we talked about going into game 1, was the fact that there is just that kind of snowball potential for both sides, but specifically on a couple members of UCI.
Yeah, absolutely. And I I love how you said, well, UCI looks to be doing kind of what Maryville wanted to do, but they're not making the mistake of not having engages, and especially with their support. They're not going to make that mistake ever, because even if you get the most passive of supports, I think he could make it super aggressive as well. He could be like that super aggressive Janna in the lane, you know?
Yeah,
is throwing
Hey,
the
I've lost
Zephyrs and
to
just
so many
dealing the
Jannas
damage.
like that.
Yeah. With Glacio arguments, you know, you just can't leave. You're just stuck there forever. So yeah. I think that's totally something that I can see happening. And I don't see why it wouldn't, since it worked so well for them in the last game. So I'm curious. Go on.
Yeah, I just looking back through the rosters a little bit, it's actually really interesting to see kind of a little bit of the veterancy that's showing through in terms of NA amateur, right? A lot of the developmental pipeline for North America goes through collegiate, goes through the AM tournaments, goes through proving grounds, right? But a lot of names on these rosters, majority Maryville, but some of the UCI members, it's actually really interesting, right? Like, haven't gotten to talk to Light Pulse before. I'm a big fan of Light Pulse, by the way, if you're listening. But listening to the growth and development through that system is really interesting. And then you get the likes of Gorica, who kind of supplanted into the system, made high highs, and had to kind of back down and work his way through, and is now a star shining out in the collegiate scene, right? And you have Duong Pro, who's been making a career at UCI out of his aggressive plays, Lee Sin plays, those kinds of things. And on side of Maryville, you have Pie Cake Lord, PCL in the top lane, who's been around for a little while in the AMAM scene. Get Back, coming over from Oceania. As we said, iconic already a million times. He's LCS prior, you know, Golden Guardians. Lobos and Zyko having been a little bit of a newer addition to the Maryville roster, but still finding some veterancy in amateur as well. You wonder why we find ourselves with these two teams in the finals. It's because you have players who are experienced in these kinds of moments, who have, you know, been playing for a good amount of time in this kind of setup, in this kind of scene, and you just love to see it.
Yes, we do. But what we love to see more is the game starting. Game 2 of the best of 3 grand finals of the Open Premier League of Legends here at NA Star League. Yet another lovely evening for ourselves as we jump on this one. No 5-stack this time around.
No 5-stack, but you know what is a 5-stack? You see those 5 dots on your screen. Mavix powering up the NA Star League. I got a Mavix chair I'm actually sitting in right now, so shout outs to Mavix. And huge stuff coming into this second game, where Maryville University find themselves on the ropes here. One game will end their NA Star League Open Premier season. And UCI struck the first blow in convincing fashion after coming back from a 6K goal deficit. And with reckless abandon, just kind of took out Maryville.
Yeah. Well, as usual in best of 3s, I always say that the second game is going to be the most careful of the games. They're not going to be 5 stacks. They're going to try to analyze what they've learned from the previous game and how they can manage. Oh, look at that. I love the placement of the 2 wards and both bot lanes just staring at each other, even though they don't know that they're staring at each other.
You gotta love it. They're both gonna pop skaters at the same time. Who gets it first? Oh, it's Maryville. All right, go ahead and go to the next game. Game 3. Maryville won game 2. No, everybody gets a little bit of gold. You get the zombie ward from UCI, so technically they win out, right? But until Maryville kill the ward, and then they get the extra gold, and it just goes back and forth like that. So
yeah, it really does. And it looks like the 2 bot lanes are pushing for this level 2 here.
Whoa,
would you look at that?
We just time skipped. We gotta get a hold on the machine there. No, but it is Lobos and Zyko really getting the aggressive stance here on the bottom lane, as we would want to see with this combo. They went aggressive summoners, and so did UCI. There's no hold bar on bot lane.
It's true. No heals to be found, only exhaust and ignites. I enjoy that. It really matches how they were playing the last game, so we'll see how this is going to go. PCL this time won against the Fiora. Whenever she finds those vital points, it's going to be a tough time for the Aatrox.
All right, look at this.
There it is. Oh, there it is.
So we got that, but we also have Duon Pro going bot lane. Flashes out from Light Pulse and Lobos. Handshake comes out. Duon Pro still going for it. We'll get the Feather recall. And there you go. A little bit of early bot lane focus for Duon Pro, just like we wanted.
Yes, and we love to see it. Lobos though was so fast on the trigger for that flash, because it was a flash from Light Pulse into the knockup. So lovely defense from them. Wait, what did just happen there? I heard something.
Timing it right does block the damage a little bit late though. Didn't get the timer there, but you still see at least Elated getting some push onto the lane against PCL. We'll probably have to TP back there though. As Zyko going aggressive here with Lobos, as they had Get Back come here as well with the priority they gained on the bot side of the map. Will just be the blue buff going over to Duon Pro though. Gorica now getting a ton of poke with the exhaust. Also used Flash over the wall. A little bit of a late commit, but Duon Pro, he wants it. Gorica goes down, first blood for Zyko. Bailout not enough in time. Duon Pro will clean that one up. It's a 1-for-1 right now. And here comes the safety of Light Pulse. Duon Pro, he's going to make it out. He actually made it out of the fight. Light Pulse being the savior of the day for UCI.
Oh my god, what an ambulance of a support, just coming in clutch at the very last second here, but still enough to make sure that jungler was gonna come out alive of that one. But oh my god, when I saw the exhaust coming in from Gorica, I was like, wait, what are you doing? What are you thinking about doing? You want to go cheeky on this one? And then Duon Pro, as always, just coming back around, taking the damage as well alongside Gorica with that flash forward over the wall. But just like the last game, Maryville got the first blood, even though UCI was going for the first skirmish.
Yeah, I love how willing the bot lanes are to throw their life for first blood. That's 2 times. They're just like, nope, I'm going to get it first. No, I'm going to get it first. And then somebody ends up getting it first. Both times now, beating Maryville. But we'll see how this lane kind of pans out the rest of the way. Lobos and Zyko using a little bit of pressure here. Dragon is up on the table, so, but no jungler even nearby. We'll see them in a 1v1 towards Scuttle Crab.
Yes, they are, and the fight goes for Maryville getting the buff. Oh, Zyko, you're in a bad position.
A little bit of a catch out there, but a little bit of damage given back. As you had said, the Scuttle Crab going the way of Iconic. We'll be able to win that one out, and a pretty sizable CS lead for Iconic himself in the jungle right now.
Yeah, that's so true. And that's going to be great because, as you mentioned, Mezzle, the other time around, Duon Pro was the one to try to get the advantage in the early game, and that helped UCI so much to get back in the mid game. So trying to deny that is going to be so great right now at around 20 CS ahead. So that's pretty good. And in regards to the bot lane though, they're pushing, shoving to try to reconvene with the Viego in the pit. Oh, Duon Pro!
He did not know he was walking straight into Iconic, but here comes Xiao Danny as well to back them off. As you said, both teams being very careful this game. Last game, that would have been an all-in from Iconic. This game, it's not, but bot lane, that is an all-in, and Gorica dodges out a little bit more. The Blade Caller seals his fate.
Yeah, Lobos getting the kill for themselves, and that's going to be pretty nice on the bucket of the ADC. All damage, and the Ignite is going to
he's still alive for a minute.
Oh, no!
Oh, he just cleans it up, and Xayah is starting to hit like a truck this early on. PCL taking some aggression top, but yeah, that's huge for the bot lane of Maryville right now.
Oh my god, and to think that she already had the pickaxe and now she's got the extra gold and the bounty on her head. She's gonna come back so powerful after this one.
We'll see if they want to use some of that power to go towards this dragon. You see Iconic actually resetting towards this top side of the map with Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute. I expect a little bit of importance there from Maryville as they put a lot of importance on it in game number 1, having picked up both of them in the early parts of the game. Want to see if that early dragon stacking is going to be there for UCI as the response.
Oh, backup coming from Light Pulse with L.
This is a little bit in trouble. Oh, he goes to Zyko as the shield here. And elated now, hand shook, riposte isn't enough. PCL gets the kill.
Oh my god, I can't believe that I almost called him L-rated. Stumbling in there, but they're not stumbling in the jungle here because they want to go for some invades, and Gorica going in!
Dude, he's got to get back. I don't know if Lobos can do it. One more! The tower shot. And as the director can goes away, both ADCs survive.
Oh my god. I was just waiting for the snipe on the W, but it's probably on cooldown. But they're fighting on this jungle as if there was no tomorrow. Oh, the smite for Wildflower is going to guarantee the steal. But they're still fighting on this one. They're not leaving.
Just go for a little bit of aggression in terms of pushing them away from the Rift Herald. This again will be a belated start onto the Dragon if Duong Pro goes straight there, which it looks like he's doing. It will be spotted out as well by the vision of Maryville. And Maryville can go pressure him, so this might not work out as UCI tried to make it happen last game.
Nice little stun coming from Get Back.
They're just going to give it away.
Zhao Danny. Oh, they're just trading wards, getting the vision in the jungle. To be fair, there was so much happening there that I don't believe that they could still have that many wards in that jungle. I'm happy for UCI that they do, because it's all red wards. But in the bot lane, though, they were pushing quite hard, especially that Gorica, to try to get the pressure around the Drake pit. And getting the Scuttle Crab as well for Duong Pro is going to be really nice, as they are going to probably rotate for this one. Viego as well might be joining in soon enough. As you said, they were focusing a lot on the Drakes early on, so I don't see why they wouldn't do it again.
They just weren't able to catch the tempo. Last time they traded it for that first Rift Herald, and we're still a little bit behind the tempo of the play, but we're able to do it anyways. This time, Maryville kind of shuts that down with the pressure from the lanes like you were talking about. But bot lane, speaking of pressure, Lobos having to hit the Feather Storm, does have the Blade Caller, but can't get it in time. And just like that, I mean, here comes Iconic. They've got the pressure in bot lane. They've also got Rift Herald available here, so Maryville playing with their strengths very well.
Oh, absolutely. As you said, they have the Herald as well, so that's going to be so great just to say, well, I'm here. If you want to try to compete on this one, you're going to try to take down this Herald as well. And if you want to try to get this Drake, well, you're probably not going to get it. Even though you have the vision, you have the Scuttle Crab, we definitely won the trade. So Maryville coming back around on this one, looking for the game 3 and a possible reverse sweep.
You gotta be careful. Handshake right into the stun. Gorka using a little bit of movement with that killer instinct to get out of there. Does survive after having burned the flash. So double flash is down for bot lane. That'll be revisited. But Maryville striking with the bandit.
Yeah, well, now at least Maryville knows that both the summoner spells are going to be back at the very same time, so they need to be aware of that clock. Whereas on the side of Maryville, you still have Zyko with the flash. Lobos is going to be back on it in a little bit. And I believe, looking at from what we see on the side of Maryville in regards to Wallflower's positioning, that they're just going to go for a clear on this one, try to get the next Herald spawning in. To be fair, it's still 3 minutes away. I thought it was a little closer.
Yeah, still got a little while for that one. Be another dragon fight as well in 4 minutes, but a couple plates still on the table for the next 2.5 minutes or so. I want to see where Maryville wants to decide to put those resources. Could look mid, go to the Syndra, get a little bit of gold on the get back's plate. We have 3 plates still available in mid and top. Bot lane looking aggressive though. Zyko with a point blank hostile takeover will not hit any of his intended targets.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That is going to be just one ultimate there on cooldown in the top lane, though. Later's trying to go for a 1v1, but PCL is still very grand on it.
Yeah, that was a little bit close. I think he was trying to force PCL back with that grand challenge. Does end up doing so. Rift Herald used in mid lane, though.
Yeah, that's going to be really great. Oh, BCL is looking for a dive on that one. They're not going to try to take any of the platings anymore. They're just going to take that life instead. Because the platings, the team is going to guarantee them in the mid lane. If they just push the enemy away, the platings are going to be theirs. So that's how you do it. If you take down the enemy's life, then you can get everything instead.
Indeed you can. And speaking of PCL, get back. They're taking everything they can. Couple more plates go the side of Maryville. The gold lead extends to 4,000 now, but they were in the same position last game. And missing 1 kill maybe for Duong Pro. But you're still going to be sitting pretty.
Yes, they are. But this time around, I have to say that Kai'Sa might be comparable to Azrael in regards to scaling. I still think Ezreal can have an earlier power spike whenever he's got the two first items completed. Whereas Kai'Sa, I feel like, especially when she's behind, she can take a little more to get the items herself and start actually dealing damage. But in the bot lane, there's already a fight happening with Lightfalls going in.
Handshake hit on the other side, though. Duon Pro goes in with the Cyclone just to get right back out. A lot of damage back from Gorka there if they follow through. It's a back and forth bottom lane, but Maryville playing pretty reserved in a lot of these fights and waiting for a lot of the damage to come out front before they re-engage.
Yeah, and it is working so well, isn't it? Because last time it's something that we missed coming from Maryville, and this time they're doing it really, really well, which is not going for those engages when it's not necessary.
Ooh, Zyko trying to get the handshake on bot lane. PCL trying to get the tower dive on top side. Oh, not able to. Oh, tried to get the flash. Elated, predicted it.
That's nice. Really, really nice. Would you look at the amazing gameplay here in the 1v1 in the top lane. But it's turned into a 2v1. But PCL has seen the danger coming and just retreated.
Iconic still got the blue buff.
Oh no, they did!
Get back tried to get it with the W and couldn't get the damage down. They're going to try to pounce onto Xiao Danny as Lobos takes the remainder of this tower. Won't be able to get it with this minion wave, though. Have to revisit that side lane tower, but all of the defenses for UCI looking a bit worse for wear.
But once again, it's the same thing that we've had in the last game. As you said, just 1 or 2 kills less on the pocket of Duo Pro, and that might be the one difference that's going to make things happen better for Maryville this time around. Maybe PCL wants to go for a 1v1 on to Xiao Danny, but I'm not sure. I think they're just going to commit here on trying to fight for the Herald instead.
I like this move from UCI, though, taking advantage of their bodies being up towards this Rift Herald. They'll take this objective for themselves, at least, and maybe find some promise on a bounty, as those have been established for UCI. And you don't see Maryville being able to move towards Dragon, so there's no real trade coming out here for the objectives, and you'll take that for UCI.
Yeah, would you look at that? We're already on 15 minutes. And the second Drake is still on the board. It's probably going to be Maryville taking this one out. Because this time, University of California got the Herald for themselves. And I think that's going to be really, really good. Because the objective bounties have already dropped. And maybe that's how UCI have been playing. They just wait for the objective bounties so they can get the global gold. And then they go for savagery.
They found PCL, immediately wipe him off the board. The Rift Herald charges. Lobo's also caught up. I might be able to kill Duon Pro. One more auto attack. The minions? Nope. Lobos cleans up the kill. Rift Herald still alive. Gets the tower. Here comes the Blade Caller, but not going to find the root on the end of that one. And Maryville strike back after a very impressive run from UCI. And Maryville, they found themselves overextended here. TP now coming in clutch as Xiao Danny is putting in work here in the back line. Get back has to get away, but Elated getting oh so low. Xiao Danny now locked down by the handshake, and Wallflower gets the resets, but the bailout isn't in time. Shutdown goes to Gorka, and it is a bloody fest here in the top side.
Yeah, it really is. But at the end of the day, the shutdown for Gorka is going to be welcome anytime on UCI. Unfortunately, that was at the cost of the tier 1 in the top lane. But that's pretty fine. It's you don't have the other tier 1s as well, so you're just making it even.
Try to find some even Stevens gameplay here. But,
yeah.
It will be a lot of lost pressure on the map for UCI, and how to get that back is by catching people out. And I don't know if you're going to catch out Lobos. He's going to just put feathers into your back and flashing forward as well. Lobos playing a bit aggressive at this point. Doesn't have ulti, has the exhaust, wanted to get it down to get the kill onto Gorka, but won't find it.
Yeah, and Gorka still being very confident in what they can do as Kai'Sa. We saw there in a fight in the top lane how they were saving that little bit of the HP there to try and use the ultimate, save themselves, get the dash, get the shield. Fortunately for them, they got themselves in a good bush to protect themselves. But Get Back might be in a good position to take elated here on this one, as we see Maryville dominating the side of the jungle, and they're not looking to give it away anytime soon.
Shouldn't be, but Iconic taking a little bit of pepper damage there from Gorka coming back out on the map. Still no objectives really to speak of here in terms of neutral objectives, but Maryville want to find catch-outs during this downtime and use some of that strength they have, but more so just need to keep farming, I feel like. You're getting to the Rabadons now for Get Back. That's going to be huge. You've seen how integral Syndra is in a lot of these team fights, and it's going to be even more so here that you've got, you know, 2 items really coming online for the bulk of the members of Maryville University, and maybe even trying to catch out Xiao Danny. That's a flash and spirit rush used.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot that's down on the side of UCI. So Maryville really building that aggression on all the rest of the map. We might have a 1v1 in regards to junglers. So we have the thumbs up, and Duong Pro is not looking really great.
Oh, missing the Heartbreaker. You got to be careful, Iconic. He does get the kill. Zyko picks it up. Gorka almost gets out this killer instinct. He's putting in damage, but Lobos is dominating.
Oh my god, sitting now on 6-1 and 2, this ADC is gonna melt anyone, but as soon as the Kai'Sa also gets the third item, I think it's gonna be a nice situation for University of California. Oh my god, indeed, Get Back is destroying all those abilities.
Gotta be careful here if PCL doesn't know that Elated is waiting in the bush. They have Light Pulse as well. And here they come. The Grand Challenge is initiated. TPs are coming in. The bailout's not enough here. They can't find the kill. Get Back is here, but too little, too late.
Yeah, the TP is going to be wasted for Maryville's mid laner, whereas on the top side of the map we have Zhao just fighting for those crypts, since they are a little behind, coming on 40 CS lead for Get Back compared to Xiao Danny.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the jungle as well. Big CS differential for Iconic over Duong Pro, but a little bit of advantages here and there can mean a lot. In the shutdowns, the bounties that are online for UCI, they'll be wanting some of those here as the gold lead's still going out in front of them. And they found themselves in a position like this last game. So and I don't know if it's the exact same, and it's a little bit of a deeper hole to climb out of, it feels like, or maybe a darker hole. But they're trying to find a way, and PCL, the rest of Maryville, don't want to give them that.
Yeah, they do not. Oh, what an ultimate.
He might kill PCL here. One more auto. He just needed the auto, but the bailout comes through. Lobos is godlike. Light Pulse gets caught. And that's some big catch-outs for Maryville here.
Oh, yeah, and it might be Baron as well. No other members from University of California are anywhere to be seen. They're just doing the Drake, Ari pushing the mid lane, and this is going to be an early 21-minute Baron. If no, I don't think they are even aware of it.
They'll go down eventually. The tower's not going to go down in the mid lane though just yet. Dragon rather did go down to UCI, so they'll put a stop on the Dragon stacking for Maryville. That worked out for them in last game, so maybe that works out for them here. Xiao Danny will finally clean up the bounty gold in the mid lane, get a little bit of extra gold for his team, and now the gold differential is only about 4.5k, right back where it was.
Yeah, and I really like how UCI can focus on the objective bounties to try to come back around. Oh, Duong Pro trying to go on Wallflower. I don't think this is a good idea, mate.
Not gonna take that fight.
Yes, indeed, not good to do that, especially when you're 4k behind. You don't want to give any more kills for the enemy team. Yeah, on the other hand, you really want to take that Xayah down. Lobos on 700 gold bounty. It's going to be huge for whoever on the side of UCI can take that one.
Lightbolt getting caught out a little bit here. It's got the rest of Maryville all around him. Has used the grand entrance to get out, but guess who's hunting? It's Iconic, and he does not dodge out of that one. That'll be an easy pickup for Maryville, and they're snowballing this game number 2 here.
Yeah, unfortunately for UCI, their support getting caught up between a rock and a hard place. But what's also not hard, not rock enough is going to be this tower who's going to get dismantled as the attacks coming from Lobos are going to tear it down alongside the
Gorka's just
inhibitor.
taking the tier 2. He's just not back. Okay, he finally started backing here, and it looks like we might have got a safe situation from last game. The game might just be over here very soon. Duong Pro trying to put in last breath attempt. Another inhib goes down. Another tower bites the dust here, and UCI hanging on by a single breath.
Yeah, and that breath is called one Nexus turret muzzle. Is it going to be enough? The Baron buff is going to run out in a minute or so. And I don't think that Maryville wants to get any pushes coming on right now. Just probably taking the waves and trying to get some nice vision across the jungle, as we're gonna have the next Drake spawning in a little over a minute. So that's something they really want to do, get themselves to the sow point, because whenever they do it, it's going to be very nice to have the buff from the Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I think that's something would be huge for UCI in all actuality, but I don't think they're in a position to fight for that right now. We did see those momentary catch-outs last game really work out for UCI, but I feel like Maryville are taking this game by the T's, by the I's. They're crossing and dotting both of them here, Soph, and it's really difficult to play against.
Yes, and they still have the Baron buff. Oh, never mind. As soon as I say it, the Baron buff is gone, but the tower is going to fall as well. They're gonna push for this next base tower, and it's gonna make this red base soon very, very naked and unprotected. I don't know if Gorica can do much to try to clear this wave here. Look at the damage coming from Getback as well. Whenever they get the unleashed power onto Gorica, it might be just one ability to take them down.
Yeah, it could be. Last inhib tower here going down. There's no defense from UCI, no possible defense, as the rest of UCI are just getting obliterated here. They try to catch out PCL. They can't do it, or do they? The bailout's not there to help them. Duong Pro getting oh so low. We'll get it down. Reset coming through now as well for Maryville. Power Unleashed gets the execution onto Gorica, and this is a swift and subtle blow by Maryville University to try and finish this game quickly here at 25.5 minutes.
Yeah, just waiting for those minions to arrive elated, trying to stay healthy long enough. But the game is going to be theirs, and the game 3, I mean, do we have enough minions to try to compete? No, we do not. It's a clear base of a full
They're
super
just picking
minions.
up the kills.
Yeah, they are.
Why not here as to put the icing on the cake. Maryville University take game number 2 of the Open Premier Grand Finals.
Yeah, and would you look at that? Maryville just bringing us into a game 3 scenario. I don't know what to expect of it, because the way they won this match right now, it was so clean. It was so surgical. They got everything right from the start, and they really grasped themselves onto it, and it worked. I think what happened last time was UCI got the advantage from having the time to scale, and this time around they said, we're not giving you the time to do that, and we're gonna end the game right here.
Yeah, there's no catch-outs, nothing like that. They definitely wanted to go ahead and get on to game number 3 and try to get this comeback going. But that is it for game 2. We'll be back shortly after a little break. Welcome back to the NACE Star League Open Premier Grand Finals here for League of Legends. We've got Maryville University fighting back in a best-of-3 bout against UCI. UCI coming out with a very painstaking game number 1 win, but Maryville slammed home game number 2. We are still on the same sides. I am Mazel, joined by Shen. And I will say we have some spice coming into this last game here. Maryville on the blue side yet again for the 3rd time around. They'll get the Aatrox for the 3rd time around. The Viego for the 2nd time in a row. But then we have the Twitch Yuumi bot lane, the Submarine combo, as well as the Lissandra coming in for get back in the mid lane. While UCI on the other side stick to tried and true. They draft a lot of the power picks that have worked for them through this series so far.
Yes, indeed they have, Muzzle. We have the Ezreal coming back with the Amumu alongside of Wukong as well, so that's going to be really nice. Once again, we have the Camille is going to be facing that Aatrox in the top lane. But I'm interested to see what you think about this Twitch Yuumi versus Ezreal Amumu in the bot lane.
I mean, it's definitely a snowball potential here for Lobos and Psycho. I think they're seeing what could possibly happen if they get a little bit of a lead bottom lane, and they can run away with it. And I think Maryville definitely putting a lot of eggs into that basket. Get a lot of the skirmishing power on their team composition, but as a whole, when it comes to kind of that mid-game skirmishing potential, it's going to be a little bit dicey for them, where I feel like you got to see some of that starting to come online for UCI if they weren't so far behind. If you had a couple of those extra kills on Duo and Pro like we wanted, there you go. I think that's an avenue for it. So this game's definitely a bit of a change up for Maryville and tried and true for UCI.
Yes, absolutely. I think in this time around, coming into Game 3 of this Grand Finals Open Premier NACE Star League, Maryville is coming with a more mid-game, late-game composition with the Yuumi and the Twitch. But they're not looking for something like that in the beginning, though. They're going for the 5-stack with the invisible rat going into this red
How do
buff.
you beat a submarine, Soph? I don't know how you do it. It's with a flash.
Oh my god, and he's got the flash and the ghost on Lobos there on the Twitch. Oh my god, already getting the flash from Gorica, so that's going to be very nice for them. It's going to be one summoner spell for another, but the flash is always more. Oh no, he didn't heal enough. Oh, Gorica.
That's okay. It's sometimes it just happens. All right, you're gonna get that passive regen. By the time he gets to the lane, I bet he has full health. That's a long time from now, but maybe. You have about 10 seconds till minions spawn, though. We'll see both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map this time around. I want to know if maybe, let's go. UCI going for a bit of an aggressive stance here in terms of their invade on jungle level 1.
Yeah. Not only that, they had lovely sweeping action to check for wards. There were none, so I think that might be a little sloppy from Maryville since they were confident, happy that they got the flash from the ADC and the opposition, that they could just come back and not protect that buff. Well, you're gonna get the advantage for a Duong Pro this time around if you give them those buffs for you. And that's what UCI needs to get a nice start for themselves in this Game 3.
Yeah, and it's working out really well for him so far. I don't know too much about the new jungle changes in terms of like premier pathing and where you need to be going. We're going to look at this 2v2 in bot lane first, though. Nobody's level 2 just yet. Lobo is getting very close, peppering in as well. But it's not as great to go for the invade because it's harder to kill, but Duon Pro has used that to his advantage. Oh, Light Pulse has to flash out immediately after taking the tower shot. Duon Pro trying to get a sneaky gank from the tri-bush, though, with that early pathing.
Could you imagine, just because of the Yuumi, this man on the rat still has so much health. Look at that. Almost 80%, where there was an engage coming from Light Pulse, there was the gank coming from Duong Pro, and still they managed to come back on top. Like, how does that happen? It's just because of the little cat.
It is indeed, and not going to find too much purchase on the early bot lane focus, as Duon Pro kind of has the last 2 times around, even though Maryville's come up with first blood down there both times. It's still showing exactly what UCI want to play towards, and it is towards Gorka. It is towards these carries here so far. And we're getting a rinse and repeat of this top lane, it feels like, 3 times in a row, where PCL is just playing very aggressively, is dominating a lot of the laning phase here, but it's those overextensions, the catchouts, the timely visits from Duong Pro.
Yeah, and if we talk about the junglers there, Duong Pro, who we thought was very ahead because of stealing that buff, because of going to the bottom lane, unfortunately, since that didn't pay off, and they might be looking to be in a bad position since Lissandra get back there is trying to get vision on them. They have spotted him. The pings are on. Viego might be coming around as well. The Twitch and the Yumi.
Yeah, this is really rough for Duong Pro. Tries to bait back, tries to go over the wall, but first blood to Lobos. And again, going back to the jungle conversation, yes, invades are good. But right now, with the way the jungle is set up, it's a lot more difficult to get off successful invades. But here, it's not going successful. And Lobos, he's just going right by Light Pulse. He says, I'm going for Gorka this entire time, and he takes him out. That's 2 kills for the Rat, and almost 3. The submarine is choo-chooing away.
Yes, they are. Look at that. And why would you focus your damage on Zyko, though? She's just gonna get invisible.
And mid
oh my
lane too.
God.
Oh, nice flash play. Shout Danny flashed way too early there. And now it'll be Iconic picking up the kill. Elated. Almost dies in the top side of the map. Won't go down just yet. PCL wants it. Auto attack down. Every single lane. So is down for the count for UCI.
Mazel, I can't believe. I think PCL was like, wait, hold on, don't leave me out of that. I'm going in too. I'm going to get a kill for myself. And that's what they did. Oh my God. And right now we're building such a good advantage for Wildflower on the CS front, on the kills. And not just speaking of Lobos, look at this. Rat already so strong on 2 kills, 150 gold bounty. They have the Berserkers. You're not going to be able to do much, Azrael, until you get a full completed item and another one.
Yeah, you're still lacking a little bit down there, but Lobos now with the boots completed. The speed is going to be there. 1 overstep from Gorka and Light Pulse will be their death. So bot lane in a very precarious position right now, and so is Duong Pro, who has not found advantages on the map. And in game 1, that was the primary focus. Duong Pro was losing in farm, but he was winning in advantage through the lanes. He was finding kills. He was finding pressure. And these last 2 games, that has not been the case.
It really has not. Oh, that fighting on a big wave though, but Viego is also coming around. Oh, that's exactly what I said. Look at the amount of damage of the minions dealt on this ADC. Oh my God.
You're going to want that health bar back, Lobos, but it's still okay because they're playing with aggression there to lend a hand towards Iconic, who is doing the Gromp at the moment. Will be spotted out on the ward as he crosses back over. Here comes Duong Pro down to the bottom side of the map as well as Get Back, though.
Yeah, Aries has spotted it. They're not going to go for anything drastic, just getting the wave under control. But I have to say, like, at that point, it's so unfortunate to see that the minions deal more damage than the Ezreal does. And I don't think they should be looking for engages right now. They don't have level 6. I think.
Light Pulse takes a couple extra tower shots there, trying to time it right with Duong Pro, but doesn't find it, and the healing start to come in for Zyko now.
I think it's starting to feel a little messy for UCI, especially if you're running the same comp, exact same comp of the winning game that you had in the series, but it's going so bad this time around. And it's because of all the changes that Maryville has done to that comp. They have the Viego this game. They have Lissandra. So whenever there's going to be a fight in the Drake, that's going to be so good for Maryville because you just lock someone in place, Lobos is going to deal the damage, and there's nothing UCI can do right now. They really just have to fight for the farm, getting the buffs, maybe trying to steal. We could try to see Duong Pro looking for that, and speaking of stealing,
trying to get over with the blast cone. Can't get the auto attacks onto it, and PCL spends a lot of time, but he won't go down just yet. Ciao, Danny. Can he get the charm? He's just dying. He's just dead. He misses the charm. Get back is going to shut him down, and that's huge. As the resets come through, PCL gets a kill, and Maryville are running away with this one.
What a stomp so far. Oh my god. It's almost 1 kill per minute. We have 8 minutes on the clock, 6 kills on the board. Lobo's pushing aggressively as can be. Momo's coming back though. Yumi is still a little far ahead. Maybe they're going to try to look for something, but Lightballs might be dropping low on health.
Oh my god, the poison!
Oh,
it's not enough.
Oh my god.
That was so close. Not gonna find it though. Bot lane is hectic. UCI have no real answer to stop the overflowing that is happening down there, and the lanes are hurting because of that. Here comes Xiao Danny down the river, but not gonna really find much as Rift Herald going over to Iconic.
Yes, and they're just getting one thing on top of the other. It was the kills, it was the pressure on the lanes, on the map, the visions, and now the first buff that's going to be on the hands of Maryville University. And whenever they can get those into a nice, juicy, full of plating turrets, wherever it is, it's just going to be so great. There's still so many minutes on the clock for those platings to be up. And even by themselves, look at PCL for example. They have already taken 2 platings solo on the top lane. How aggressive they have been onto Elated on the Camille.
Yeah, it's been 3 games of this aggression. It's just PCL was kind of exposed in some of those games because of the pressure from Duo Pro, but this time Duo Pro's down bottom lane. You ever see those cartoons where they're trying to like plug all the leaks and like grow a bunch of arms? Well, there's too many leaks here, Soap, and there's a big one coming out of the top side of the map, and even the bottom side. It's everywhere. Get the buckets. They might be able to get one back though. Gorka and Light Pulse trade back, get the shutdown onto Lobos and maybe even onto Zyko. This would be huge for UCI, and you know what? You ram your head against the wall enough times, that wall is gonna break.
Yeah, and so is the plating on this tower. It's going to be so much. That's great for UCI. The assists on Ezra, of course, you'd like the kills instead. Wallflower is looking for Duo Pro. They have spotted him. It's fine. They have the protection of the fellow teammates, but that's exactly what you want to start seeing. And finally, it worked. The chain of CC coming from Light Pulse with the curse of the sad mummy was good enough to take down Lobos. I believe maybe it was even an interruption on Zyko trying to get back onto his ADC. So if that was the case, that is really, really nice. And that's exactly what UCI needs to try to take down this super oppressive bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to find a way in, right? And that is a way in. Towards this dragon, though, it is 6 minutes, 7 minutes almost after it spawned. No early focus on that objective just yet, but with a little bit of reset coming out here from Maryville, there could be some potential skirmishing over this pit. And I would love to see UCI maybe press some of their advantage here where they had that bottom lane focus, where they had the reset coming out for Lobos and Psycho, but unable to capitalize on it. And now it might be a little bit too late, but they look like they still want to go for it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Maybe they should have just gone for it earlier. But in the top lane though, BCL got the first break, is still pushing onto Camille. And 4 players of the University of California are just trying to get as much damage as they can on this Drake. Viego is still alive around the corner, might be looking for something.
A little bit of an engage there. Not really going to find much from it. Oh, final chapter comes out, but it's a little bit too far back. Gift back gets caught out, but has to go in the Frozen Tomb. Duo Pro finds himself on the wrong side of town, and Lobos gets another kill.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see. What you want, UCI, is to take those shutdowns. Oh, nice charm onto
CC!
Bandage!
Oh my god! That was incredible. Light Pulse does it yet again. No charm to follow it up. And PCL! He decimates them! Gorka gets the pick-off kill. Shutdown going over there, though. But get back in Zyko. It's still strong. Iconic's pushing the side lane right now as well.
Oh, I was going to say, what UCI wants is to take those shutdowns onto Viego, onto Aatrox, and to give that to Ezreal? Oh, amazing. Look at that. They finished the first item, have half of the other one done, finish the boots. They're stacking the tier, so this is going to start looking really nice and might be resembling a little bit of the first game.
A little bit. But you're trying to at least work up some of that miracle here for UCI. I wonder where Duong Pro kind of looks next in these kinds of moments. He's getting down pretty far in CS. There's not much hope in that department here. And I'm sure you'll start getting your Mythic online for Iconic coming up. We have another Rift Herald in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And that'll be the next big objective Maryville fight for.
And it's interesting to see that after all that time that the Drake had been on the board, and thinking that they had such a great engage in the bot lane, first the Gorka and Light Pulse, then the follow-up from Duo Pro, and they didn't take the Drake, but at the end of the day, they still got the buff. Like, how did that happen? How did they manage to get such presence on that river to be able to do that and have Wallflower not contested? Well, it's really paying off now because those team fights are connecting. The charm onto the bandages, the curse of the sad mummy, and then once again UCI can show how they can fight 5v5s. But Maryville, they're still looking pretty strong, and they can try to do more things. Especially there's still so much to be found in regards to stacking towards a soul point. There's still a Herald that's going to spawn in 19 seconds, and they're really positioning themselves for it.
Hey, they're trying to, at least. But the setup is not super easy. Tower goes down a late. It needs to get out of here. This is not a 1v1 you want to be in. Meanwhile, mid lane, Light Pulse gets the engage, but Lobos is just popping shots into his back, and the expunge comes out. Lobos goes crazy. Frozen Tomb will pick off Duong Pro as well. The Spirit Rush combo with the Everfrost not going to connect, and Lobo's getting healthy back, and maybe even going in for Shao Danny, a little bit aggressive there. Maryville bite off a little more than they can chew, but hey, you're eating good if you're Maryville Saints.
Yes, you are. You took that bottom turret. You had a nice engage on Elated once again because they changed sides, right? They came from the top, now they're at the bottom. And they're still fighting each other, just lapping each other in the mythical top lane island that they have going on. But in the rest of the map, you have so much happening. And once again, you have the objectives bounties coming online much quicker for UCI, and that is something that they have been able to take advantage of. Especially with those outer turrets that remain intact. Gorica, though,
Expunge.
is going so low. I think they're cool.
It's not enough, yeah.
They're fine. Oh, damn. Right. That was close, though.
It was very, very close, and Gorica is going to want that health back as well. Dragon is coming up in about 50 seconds. You got to get some of these side lanes pushing. Got to get priority in mid lane if UCI wants to contest it, but they can't do that here, so if they're just getting oppressed.
Yes, they are. PCL going for it later once again, and they have to flash away. Oh.
It's just all the flashes coming out, and Lobo's still going for it.
I mean, they have a Yuumi on their back. Why wouldn't they?
Exactly. The Yuumi OP. The tech is too good. And tier 2 tower in the bottom lane will go down eventually. Rift Herald number 2 is going to be used here. And big point of pressure for Maryville.
Yes, they're opening up the path to the base on the red side of the map. They're taking control of the jungle, stealing everything. We have 1 second, 0 seconds. The Drake is on the board, and this is going to be easily Maryville's, since they have control over everything on the side of the map, all the vision. But UCI doesn't even care about this one. They have the first Drake. It's fine. There's so much to happen this stack for a soul, so they're just going to focus on other things, like trying to get those items online, because whenever the Ezreal does it, it's going to be lethal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and especially trying. I will say it's very fitting that Maryville is a bit hesitant to put the final blows in this one, right? Like, you have a 10,000 gold lead, but it doesn't feel that way because one slip up feels like it costs you a mile in this game, and one catch out for Duon Pro Gorka getting that gold is that much further to kind of evening this game out. And I think you can sense that hesitation, that kind of little bit of fear, I guess, in Maryville University, but they know they're in the lead. They know they're in the driver's seat. They just need to find a way to close it out.
Absolutely. And to be fair, I really enjoy how they're not going full ham on it, because I believe they're just respecting how this is exactly the comp that made them lose in the first game. So why would they not respect the Azrael, Gorica, Light Pulse on a Mumu? You really have to be aware of the strengths of your opponent and how much they can do with them. So at the same time, for you to win the game, you need to trust on your own strengths and understand how you can get to a victory as a team. And right now it looks like it's PCL going for the split push.
Is we're getting TP in the fight in blue buff right now, but PCL and Lobos plus Psycho picking out elated. Everybody's trying to come. Shout Danny. Big true shot barrage. UCI, they've done it. They found a team fight, but what about the re-engage from Iconic getting the resets here and get back, making them pay back. That's huge for Maryville as it was on the cusp of another comeback from UCI.
Oh my god. It was exactly what you said. It was on the cusp of a comeback, but it was just get back, getting everyone locked in place. So the damage from Wallflower was there to finalize. Oh, and it was just what Maryville needed, because if Goriga had been alive for the remaining of the fight, it would have been done. It would have been a comeback, or at least a potential comeback for UCI on that one, because that is the champion that you have to be most afraid of, that you have to respect the most in regards to keeping alive on your fight, is that Ezreal can do so much if they stay in a safe position. But Wallflower was amazing in getting the focus on this ADC, knocking them down, and that was precisely what made them win that fight and made sure that there was not a comeback coming that way.
Indeed, and now Gorka is just trying to farm up to that third item here, trying to get online as much as he can. 30 CS above Lobos. That early advantage that Lobos had going to be falling off here a little bit, and I think that's something we have to look at going further on in the game, is some of the scaling factors and some of the team fight that UCI has had. We've seen them play late games with this comp and do really well with it in terms of how they navigate team fights, but again, it has majorly come down to execution, and now is no different. UCI are going to have to find the execution play and find a way to get back into this one, but a catch out like this might just mean the game. And now they will just decimate Gorica. Afterwards, though, Duon Pro finding some more. Lobos putting them down with the damage, though, and now the reset is there. The frozen thralls are raining down, even though Get Back is dead. The red buff is enough for a triple kill for Lobos.
I think this is looking like the end for UCI. Oh my god, when I saw Ezreal on that distance, oh my, the ace for the rat as Maryville transitions for the Baron buff. They're just gonna make sure to take this one so it's easier for them to finish off the game. They still don't have that much damage to melt it off, but the enemies are still respawning. There's still plenty of time to do it safely. There's vision. No problem. It's fine. Oh, but the true shot barrage, though, it was
close.
It was close, but a little too late.
A little bit too late. And that might just be the same for UCI's hopes at the grand final championship here. Maryville University are up almost more than 14,000 gold. They have controlled a majority of the map, not even stacking up the dragons here, but being able to control a lot of the skirmishing and the fighting. And off the back of an early start on Lobos with the Twitch Yumi down in the bottom lane, They were slamming home that 2v2. And now all it takes is for Maryville to win one more fight and close the game.
Yes, and that's what they're looking for, Mazel. They are looking for the finish because this is the grand finals. They want to guarantee they're the champions of our Open Premier and on Nay Star League. And they're looking pretty nice on it.
They're going for the catch-outs. They might get them here. Light Pulse doesn't really have an exit. Heartbreaker comes out. In Maryville, they might have just done it. They found one. Can they find more? Iconic having the Amumu is kind of huge, but Lobos, he wants the kills here. He's got the distance, and he's got the damage. Expunge comes through, and now Lobos is cut out a little bit. Lobos goes down. Big shutdown to Duon Pro. Here comes Get Back. The Frozen Thralls. The resets coming through, and Maryville are wiping the slate clean and wiping UCI off of Summoner's Rift. They will be your Nay Star League Open Premier Grand Champions.
Oh my God, Mazel, we've done it. They have done it, Maryville. They've managed to get such great team fights. They're still doing it even under tower. They have the Baron buff. They have everything. They have the CC, the damage. And they're gonna push for victory on this one. They just wait for a couple of minions to come along as well. They're gonna take another inhibitor just for caution.
Gotta love some collegiate gameplay. Always ends up like this. Gotta finish it out totally. As TP from Get Back will come back through, and one last little defense from UCI. But it's just the trials and tribulations of a grand championship added to the accolades of Maryville University, the Open Premier Champions of Nay Star League. And they'll add another one to the trophy case here of a storied program. And in the first meeting of UCI Maryville, Maryville comes out on top.
Would you look at that? After an amazing performance in the second game, guaranteeing that they were going to be part of a game 3, the lovely reverse sweep that we had on camera.
Crazy.
Would you look at that?
Crazy. Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure here, Sofchan. Thank you so much for joining me on the day. Grand champions in Maryville University come back in a best of 3 in the Open Premier League to stamp their name in NACE as a whole. And it's been a pleasure being alongside to give you one last little bit to give any shout outs, anything you want to give out here. So
just thank you so much for everyone here on Nay Star League. Thank you, Mazel, for being my co-caster tonight. It has been amazing first time we're here together. Congratulations once again for Maryville. And don't forget, we still have Valorant tomorrow. And there's much more open varsity grand finals in the weekend. It's going to be LAN for Nay Star League.
It's going to be awesome. Make sure you are all tuning in for that one. That's going to bid us adieu. Have a wonderful night, everyone, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.